Good morning and welcome to our 7th CogXtra. I'm Tabitha Goldstall, the co-founder of CogX, and it's a delight to welcome you from wherever you are in the world today. Today is about the startup ecosystems with purpose. We're all admittedly huge fans of the entrepreneurial world, but in 2020 has shown us anything, it's that we should be trying to build products with a stronger moral compass. As part of this, we've invited some of the most exciting stakeholders, founders, entrepreneurs, and investors in the sector to share with us their thoughts and how we can encourage this. Today, we'll be looking at 4 very important questions. How to scale your startup through strong headwinds? What are the real unvarnished discussions taking place in the funding world? What does a re-innovation of the boardroom actually look like? And finally, and most importantly, how do we invest in diversity to encourage a more robust ecosystem? Our 7th CogXtra session today is titled Build, Build, Build. And we hope that you come away with some brilliant insights about what it really takes to craft a great product. In addition to these main sessions being streamed, we have 2 round tables which you can sign up to, hosted by our Global Leadership Network. At 1 o'clock, we have Going Global, a guide to your international strategy, and at 2:30, a digital future for female health tech. In addition to these side events, don't forget to check out the expo and drop a line to some of the brilliant organizations featured in it. Lastly, we encourage you to talk amongst yourself, reach out to someone new and make a connection using the networking function. We're building as many features as possible to make it easier for you to do business, so let us know what you think. But much more importantly, let's get the first session of the day started. Kicking us off, we are delighted to welcome Kwame Ning, the Chief Experience Officer of Arrival, an enormously exciting UK-grown company working to revitalize the public transport system. He will be in conversation with my dear friend and columnist Joy Lodico. And you can ask your questions on the CogX platform during the session, as there won't be a separate Q&A today. Kwame, Joy, take it away.
Hey, Kwame, good morning. It's always something slightly bizarre having a fireside chat at 9 in the morning when you really haven't got a fire going yet. Listen, Arrival is one of the most interesting companies in the UK at the moment. It is taking the electric vehicle revolution into places that hasn't really been properly explored by startups. Can you explain to me in a nutshell what Arrival is doing at the moment?
Yeah, Arrival is a technology company that's focusing on developing electric vehicles that are at cost parity with internal combustion engine vehicles, specifically commercial vehicles, and that provide a radically better experience due to the fact that they are sort of rethought from the ground up, manufactured in new ways with sustainable materials, connected to the cloud, and provide a unparalleled, or hopefully unparalleled, user experience.
Okay, so at some level, we're basically talking about a goods van, a cargo truck of some description. But actually, when you look at the vehicles that Arrival is designing and producing, they look like something out of the future. We were talking a little bit earlier about how you create a kind of new product, and the fact that the experience, that what is actually produced has to have an emotional element to it and a cultural element to it. Now, when I look at you're producing both electric vans, but also moving into buses as well, you are in a sense designing a kind of idea for what the modern city should look like.
Yeah, there's a phrase that we use within Arrival about thinking from the future as opposed to about the future. Oftentimes you'll find people that are thinking, or organizations that are thinking about, these very rich far future scenarios, are projecting a lot of their own assumptions on what that future might be. At Arrival, we're sort of wanting to think from the future, placing ourselves in a future scenario that might not be as frictionless or as rosy as some imaginings, and then create solutions to address any of those constraints or any of those pain points or frictions.
Okay.
And yeah.
No, go ahead.
And so go ahead.
This is the impossibility of some of these conversations. Yeah. We can't read each other's body keys. Listen, this vision of this place from the future people are investing in where you are arriving from. You've become a $3 billion unicorn company already. You've had Hyundai investing in you. You've had some more investment today. So somebody believes in what you're doing. What is it about the message you're conveying? What is this future that people are buying into?
Yeah, we had BlackRock invest in us most recently. We announced it just today for $114 million, which is nice. It's a nice sort of vote from the establishment that we're on the right track. And what I guess ultimately, while we're making electric vehicles and we're trying to make the best electric vehicles in the world and ensure that they're accessible and relevant globally, our main innovation is the way that we make those vehicles from the standpoint of a micro factory. So a micro factory is a small footprint facility that is highly automated, and due to the fact that it has a smaller footprint, can be located closer to the point of use as opposed to a much larger factory, which a lot of other electric vehicle companies are doing. They're going out and they're building these massive, huge factories, and those factories are typically formatted to only make one vehicle or one class of vehicle, whereas a micro factory is a much smaller footprint and sort of conforms to traditional warehouse sizing. So we were able to go into a region that already has warehouse inventory, acquire one of those warehouses, outfit it as a micro factory, and begin to make multiple types of vehicles. So not just one type of vehicle, but multiple types of vehicles. And that's part of like our core innovation, as well as the fact that we're vertically integrated. So that means we make all of our own materials, which are sustainable. We make all of our own components. We provide all of our own sales and after sales services. We're a very sort of focused and concentrated enterprise, so that we're limiting the dependencies that traditional automotive companies often face with their supply network and their supply chain.
Okay, so you're in charge of user experience. Now, user experience is sort of a 360-degree subject, because I may be a user of one of your buses, for example, but you also have the employees who have to use them. What are the things you've learned in this journey about what's required, and what is Arrival doing differently?
I think the first thing that we have to understand from a company that's really focused on being experience driven is that you have to go out and talk to your customers and your customers, and they have to be at the core of whatever it is that you're developing and building. So we spent a lot of time with our partner UPS and some of our other large partners to understand what is it that they're going to need from these vehicles beyond just the performance and the charge range and things like that. But what's the context in which their drivers are operating within? What's the context within the fleet operators and the fleet managers are operating within? What are the tools that they're using? How do we support the different stakeholders and roles and across all the various touch points that our vehicles are going to be interacting with over the course of their life cycle, but also just within the course of a day of operation? And really also focusing on the metropolitan area and the city regarding charging infrastructure and pedestrians. And it's our focus is wide and broad, because our vehicles are living in the world, and you have to, if you're going to do something that's sort of for the world, you have to take the world into account.
Okay, and what was it when you were going through this user experience that you found was the most significant hindrance to actually making that progress?
I think it's just sort of outmoded assumptions about what's possible and how things should be. A lot of times we have to work with our customers to help them understand that the way that they've been doing things for the past 50, 60, 70, 100 years is up for change, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be the sort of the established set of norms and policy and processes that they've assumed, because we're introducing technological innovation into the context now. And so having vehicles that are now connected to the cloud, that can be monitored remotely, that can be sort of serviced in a predictive way, where we know when something is going to break before that thing breaks, and so we can proactively conduct interventions into servicing, which reduces downtime, and which then, that reduced downtime has knock-on effects to how you build out a depot and how you schedule and provision those vehicles. So it's really kind of introducing the language, the behaviors, and the sort of new assumptions that are required to operate in a new way. I think that's definitely one of the challenges.
So your microfactories, are they also, in a sense, the kind of the modern equivalent of a mechanic's workshop, so that the vehicle can go back to the factory again when it needs a bit of servicing?
No. So our service model is that we facilitate the service technicians coming to you. So while the microfactory is ideally in the region that it's serving, and very close to the region that it's serving, there's a network of service technicians that are working to proactively support and go to the various depots or the various fleets and address any issues that may come up.
Okay, what would I, as a consumer, notice as the biggest change were I to get onto an arrival bus, for example?
Oh wow! Well, I mean, there's so many. We took a lot of time and a lot of care to think about not just how could this be the best bus for a bus fleet operator, but how can it be the best bus for a passenger and for a driver as well. So everything from when the bus is approaching you, the very large screens on the exterior of the bus that alert you to where the bus is going, and can show you where to get on, which doors to board, and which doors to exit from, to the internal screens that can give you a running sort of update on where you are from a location standpoint. There's a soundscape within the bus that we've designed. We have a sound designer on my team that's intended to be very calming and soothing, to make the vehicle a welcoming and peaceful place. There's modular seating that, based on sort of the needs and requirements of any kind of social distancing that might be required, we can easily take seats out and put seats in. The bus should be cleaner because we've designed it to be much easier to clean than a traditional bus, where all the interfaces of the body are at 90-degree angles. Ours are curved, so it's much easier to get a broom under there. All of our seats are cantilevered. We have a capacitive touch bell push that is also meaning that because it's capacitive, we can crank up the capacitive signal on that, so you don't have to touch it. You can just it's like a proximity activation. And then the driver is sitting in probably one of the nicest seats that's been developed for a bus driver, with minimal interfaces and buttons and switches and things like that they have to worry about and deal with, because all their controls are on a tablet-sized screen. So yeah, I mean, the bus it's a completely different, game-changing bus than anything that's currently out there on the road.
Okay, here we are in 2020, and you're the company from the future. There are two questions here. First of all, how do you or your company envisage where transport is going to be in 5 to 10 years' time, and what your part in transforming it is? And secondly, how do you scale up your company into any spaces or create new spaces for it to grow? So first is, what is the vision of transport? Second, how do you scale it?
Yeah, Arrival's overall vision is to have radical impact on the way that goods and people move from A to B. And in order for that to happen, there's going to have to be a recalibration and redefinition of what public transport and private transport are. So in the next 5 to 10 years, we see a more of a blending of an understanding of the role that public and private transport play in the formatting of cities, which means that the municipal and governing bodies are going to be paying a lot more attention to infrastructure and the affordances that they build into their cities to accommodate electric vehicles. We'll see tighter partnerships between public transport agencies and commercial entities to ensure that data is shared and distributed and used in a way that is making transport and sort of traffic management through the city more effective and more transparent. We'll see more engaging tools for commuters and for passengers on public transport to be more aware of the options that they have available to them as far as like multimodal transport. So I think, on the face of it, we'll see hopefully a big boom in infrastructure and the development of electrification and charging infrastructure from a city standpoint. And then from a commercial standpoint, we'll see tighter partnerships with municipal agencies and the development of kind of touch points with consumers to help them get from point A to point B. As far as how we scale Arrival, Arrival is a company that's we plan in. I have somebody on my team who's building 100-year plan. So our planning is much further out than just like 5, 10, 20 years, 30 years. So there's lots of opportunities to rethink transportation, rethink the way that things are made, and rethink the ways in which people and communities are able to inform the way that the vehicles that are on their roads in their cities behave. And that's really what we're about is building vehicles that are well-behaved citizens, that are not just these kind of dumb smoke belching vehicles that we have now, but are truly integrated into a transportation ecosystem. And so part of that is, buses and vans and things like that, but it's also coming up with new solutions around shared mobility and, ride sharing and ride hailing and things like that as well. So there's a wide open space for us, we think.
Okay. And what has been kind of the biggest bottleneck, in a sense, to Arrival's success? Or what is a bottleneck that you've actually managed to overcome in the company's 5-year history?
I mean, I don't know if it's a bottleneck, but we spent about 5 years in stealth mode, and and in those 5 years, Arrival was mainly an R&D company. So we were just focused on exploring the vast terrain of what was possible, and we spent a lot of time doing that. And there were some really weird experiments and some things that kind of were able to eke through, like the van and the bus and a few of our other vehicle platforms that we have. But that sort of process of creation and innovation and exploration wasn't necessarily a bottleneck, but it was a road that we had to walk, and it took 5 years. And now that we've walked that road, I think we're much better equipped to bring innovative solutions to market. But it definitely took a while to get there.
Okay. We've got some questions coming in from the audience, and anybody else, do feel free to type them in now and I'll pick them up. Nigel has asked, how has COVID shifted the narrative on moving around the city?
Yeah, I think people are just a lot more aware of their context now, and how you think about the other people around you and your level of comfort with being around other people. I think that's like very kind of obvious, but so we've seen in some regions, a huge uptick in people purchasing used cars because they no longer want to be around other people. And while in the short term that seems like a solution, long term we don't need more private vehicles on the roads because it contributes to traffic, especially older, sort of almost like deprecated vehicles on the road. So I think that one of the things that we're going to need to be focusing on is how do we create systems of transportation that can give people confidence that they'll be safe and healthy, while also reducing the amount of traffic and the amount of congestion that's on the roads for getting people from one place to another.
Okay. I'm feeling slightly guilty because I bought a second-hand car about 6 months ago. It really was a complete, gas guzzler, but I am out in the countryside. Lydia asks, what can people do on an individual basis to cut their carbon footprint in regards to transport? Now, I'm sure there's an easy answer to that, including me not buying that car, but there's a more complex one as well.
Yeah, and there's the simple things like walking and riding your bike, or if your family is sort of taking a trip to think about other ways of getting there besides driving. But then there's also, and this is sort of controversial, right? Is that we've seen a huge uptick in e-commerce and online ordering. And I'm totally guilty of it. I'll just sort of order things throughout the week, and there's just a constant stream of boxes showing up at my door. But we don't necessarily always think about, well, how are these vehicles getting from point A to point B? And that's something that I think we could all be a bit more conscious of. One, by ordering from companies that are employing more sustainable solutions for their logistics and for their transportation, like UPS, which has a number of electric vehicles that they've deployed all over the world. But then also maybe thinking about how you kind of group and batch your online consumption could also be something that helps.
Okay, I think I read somewhere, I was looking into cargo transportation in probably London, and in fact, it seemed to be occasionally more eco-friendly to be ordering all your goods in from supermarkets, from Amazon and so forth, than you taking your kind of knackered old car out on the street. So in fact, it may be an integral thing. And this is one of the things I find fascinating about Arrival. It's taken on, although we spend a lot of time talking about electric vehicles to the consumer, it's taken on one of the biggest set of road users, which is the commercial vehicle, which is the cargo vehicle, which are, generally speaking, kind of neglected in the public conversation, although obviously there's a lot going on between, manufacturers like yourself and businesses like UPS that have embraced it. Sean has asked, how can we encourage more people to think like designers?
Yeah, well, I mean, the biggest role of a designer within the design process is empathy, and I think that's probably a good step in general from a societal standpoint, given where we are right now and everything that's going on. Is to have empathy, is to take your biases and your perspective out of the equation when thinking about trying to solve a problem, and focusing on the pain points and the tension points that the person who you're designing for, or the person who you're trying to solve the problem for, how they're experiencing that specific situation. So you start from the user, or you start from the person who you're developing a solution for, and do your best to put yourself in their shoes, and to walk in their shoes, and to talk to them and interview them, and understand how their behaviors and how their mental models shape the ways in which they approach trying to achieve whatever their goal is that they're trying to achieve. And if you're doing this for yourself, I would also say that, the idea of, you come up with one idea that's your first idea, maybe you want to throw that away or put it to the side, and keep on exploring and investigating and challenging yourself to just be more creative in the ways in which you solve problems.
Okay, I'm just going to put together two things. It's a question here and the results of our first poll, which is the poll asked the question, are our cities ready for an electric car revolution? 100% of the responses said, no, we weren't. The question I want to attach to that is one from Louis, who asks, how vital is competition and scaling to thinking bigger, i.e., is that going to solve the problem?
Okay. I think that we're as ready as we're ever going to be to kickstart this electric revolution.
So we're here.
So well, I mean, this is like we are where we are, right? And this is, and there is no time other than like right now to do it. So let's do it. And I guess to Louis' question, the best way to do that is going to be through understanding what are the various options that we have before us, right? There's, like there's electric, there's hydrogen, there's lots of options out there, and we need to be aggressive in how we evaluate and prototype and put different solutions out into the world and see which one is going to be the most sustainable, effective, and beneficial for our specific cities and our societies and communities. So I think competition is great. There's nothing wrong with competition. And then scale is also, I think, going to be another one of the determining factors. Is we can come up with a beautiful solution, but is it applicable globally? Is a solution for London also going to be a solution that we can see scale in Lagos or in Singapore? And these are the types of things that my team is thinking about constantly. Is like everybody's journey from point A to B is not the same. And so how do we create solutions that are adaptable and flexible and appropriate for their context?
Okay. Tagging on to that is, how do we speed? So there is a process for this to happen. How do we speed it up? How do we kind of really kickstart this electric revolution?
I think a lot of it has to do with people first acknowledging that we need to do it, and that needs to happen at every level of society, all the way from us as individual citizens up through our government. And we need to prioritize the various initiatives that are going to be required to do it. So everything from getting a bit more handle on our grids and understanding the ways in which we're manufacturing and storing energy and distributing energy, through to developing infrastructure, charging infrastructure, and other types of smart infrastructure that allow us to use data and deploy our resources in smarter and more effective ways. So I think that it's going to take a community of business and public sector and citizens to make this happen. It's our responsibility. It's what we as people on this earth are going to be challenged to do, and we're either going to do it or we're not. And I'm hopeful that we're going to do it. I'm hopeful that Arrival is getting the types of partners and backers that believe in this movement, and that we're going to be well positioned to fulfill its intention and its goals.
Brilliant. Build. Kwame, thank you. That's been fascinating, and I look forward to seeing an Arrival bus on the street soon and some nice quiet cargo trucks going past my place.
All right.
Thank you very much for our fireside chat.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. That was quite amazing. Such fascinating. I'm with you, Kwame. We are ready as we're ever going to be. The scale of your ambition is, as you said, totally mind-blowing. I'm actually looking forward to seeing these vehicles as well-behaved citizens as soon as possible. I know that I am not the best well-behaved driving citizen, so I'm thrilled. And thank you to the audience for tuning in, and we'll see everybody else back here at 10 o'clock for our next session. Thanks, guys. See you soon. Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Thanks, Kwame.
Hello and welcome back to Build, Build, Build. I'm Tabitha Goldstorff, co-founder of CogX, and it's a delight to be welcoming you from wherever you are in the world today. We all know how important capital is to the growth of a startup, but there are many other hidden variables that go into scaling a successful startup, such as knowing when to apply the brakes, figuring out who and when to ask for money, and how to hire the best people. What are the bare bones discussions that founders should be leaning into today? Well, that's what our panel of experienced investors will be looking at in the next few hours. We sit here today with the wonderful Parveen, head of programs at TechNation, who will be interviewing these experts. But before I hand over to Parveen, let me remind you that you can send your questions for the speakers to the CogX on the CogX platform, because they will be there at 11 answering exactly what you want to know. And you can also see some of the extraordinary organizations we work closely with in the expo. Please do connect with them, but also connect with fellow members. Use the networking function. Use these tools. We're building as many as we can. We think that will be better for you to do business. So let us know what you think. We're all ears. And without further ado, I will hand over to our panel. Are you there, Parveen?
Hi, Tabitha.
Hello, good morning.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the introduction. I'm really excited about today's panel. We are joined by a very esteemed panel who have a wealth of experience and certainly have been around the block when it comes to how to scale a successful tech business. So we will be diving deep today in terms of the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to scaling. I'm really looking forward to this session, as I said, and I really hope you are as well. So just to introduce myself, I'm head of programs at TechNation. We have supported 700 companies right through from post seed to Series F. The companies have raised 20 billion in funding, and we've had 9 IPOs and over 30 M&As. So as Tabitha mentioned, please do post your questions in the chat box, and then after the session, we will be doing a Q&A with the panel. So to kickstart, I'm going to ask the panelists to introduce themselves. So if you could tell us a bit about yourself and just your general experience of scaling a business. So Simon, I will start with yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Delighted to be here. Thanks for the invitation to participate. Scaling businesses is something that's very close to my heart. I've launched 4 businesses now. I'm just on my 4th now. I've sold 2. And 1 failed. So the score is currently 2-1, and we're working on the 4th. My previous business was Quantum Black, which was a data and analytics business that we founded back in 2009, which grew very rapidly. Eventually was acquired by McKinsey back in 2015. So I have quite a few interesting stories, perhaps scar tissue, to share with you on kind of that journey, and also the journey of scaling both outside in the marketplace, but also scaling within inside a larger organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. So I'm sure we'll be hearing some war stories from you a bit later on. John, I would like to go to you next.
Good morning, and also thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this event. My background is I kind of swing from one extreme to the other. Historically, I ran Techstars in London, opened it internationally just over 7 or 8 years ago. And through a period of helping support early stage programs through acceleration, invested in north of 100 startups. I then subsequently jumped the fence and ran and helped set up a private equity firm, which is kind of from one extreme to the other, but particularly focused on financial services and fintech businesses. And I've recently stepped back into seed investment over the last 12 months. And so I'm now day-to-day a partner in a seed-based seed fund that only invests, interestingly, in supply chain and mobility businesses.
Thank you, John. Keen to hear from you later on, especially around the sort of investment piece as well. So, Priya, how are you this morning?
I'm great. Thank you, Parveen. Lovely to be here. So my name is Priya Guha. I'm a venture partner at Merriam Ventures. We're a San Francisco headquartered fund that invests in the US and UK in deep tech, female-led innovation. I'm also a member of the Innovate UK Council. That's the board of the UK government's innovation agency. I'm an NED at the Digital Catapult, and I also advise startups and scale-ups here in the UK. In addition to that, I have a background over in Silicon Valley. So I was the UK Consul General in Silicon Valley for 5 years. And when I left there, I also set up the campus for Rocket Space, which is a late stage technology campus, which supports businesses who already have seed investment, look at their scaling and growth plans here in the UK and internationally. So lovely to be here.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Priya. Lovely to have you here. Really looking forward to hearing some of your views as well, especially, with scaling in the US versus, say, scaling in the UK. And not last but least, Gary, how are you today?
Yeah, doing well. Thanks for having me. Thanks for inviting me to be here. I guess my story is I'm on my third startup. So the first one was an offline startup. That one failed. Did an online startup, raised about 4 million, and eventually sold that company in 2016. A publicly listed company in Spain. And now I'm on my third company, which is the Nest, focusing on leveling the playing field for entrepreneurs. And I guess in between all of those things, then I taught entrepreneurship at a business school in Madrid. And then I helped Telefonica set up and then launch Wira, first in Spain, which I did for about 3 years, and then in the UK for about 5 or 6 years, where we invested in about 185 companies, and they went on to raise about $267 million, and kind of were worth more than $1 billion. So I guess I've seen it on both sides, both being the investor in early stage companies that are trying to scale, and then trying to scale my own businesses.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Gary. Definitely need to hear a bit more about leveling that playing field for entrepreneurs. So look, what I would like to do is kickstart with the question is, what do you believe are the myths when it comes to, what is the biggest myth when it comes to scaling? John, I'd like to start with yourself.
Yeah, so I have kind of a view on life, which is people kind of encapsulate startups as a single thing. And I actually think about it being several phases. So I actually describe it as there's a startup phase, there's a grow up phase, and there's a finish up phase. And actually the skill sets that one requires at those different junctures is very different. And as organizations transition through those periods from startup to grow up to finish up, there's ultimately a massive shift inside the organization. And actually what it has is massive repercussions when it comes to staffing, the sorts of people you have, and hiring. And in oversimplification, kind of thinking about those first two areas, is when you have a startup, you end up initially with a lot of generalists who actually have to be able to put their hand to many different aspects. Whereas as you shift towards grow up or the scale up phase, you suddenly move from these generalists to much more specialists. And when you're hiring for specialist skill sets, whether that's in marketing, whether that's in engineering. And sometimes what happens, which is the dirty untold secret, is actually the people who were in the business at the startup don't naturally shift into that scale up phase. And there is quite a lot of casualties in that kind of transition from one to the other. And I'm trying to be honest and open with staff on that journey that actually there are going to be different changes and role changes is one of those things that people believe you go on the whole journey and you participate in the whole journey. That's completely untrue. And if you look at the way ecosystems such as California and the West Coast have evolved, is there are people who are good at different phases of this business. Historically, I would say in the UK, everybody assumes that when they join at the start, they're going to be part of that journey the whole way through.
Thank you. No, that's a really, really important point, which I'd like to dive in a bit sort of deeper about that. For the other panelists, do you have any sort of views in terms of, are there any certain myths out there for scaling?
Actually, Parveen, I wanted to come back on John's point, because I think it's a really, really good observation. I think there's one point I'd add on to that, though, which is that the reality is the founders who can go through that journey are the founders that have enough self-awareness to understand where their strengths are and where their weaknesses are. There's a great example of this for me, which is Aaron Levy, who some of you may know was the founder of Box in the US. Aaron tells this really, really powerful personal story about when the company was just starting to hit that journey of scaling. So, the sort of 30 to 40 mark, that he was really aware that he had certain skill sets as a technical founder, but he also had major gaps, including on things like leadership and management, which he'd never really had that experience in historically. And where I think, the founders can stay in the whole journey is when they have that self-awareness, as in Aaron's example, and then they do what Aaron did, which was basically hire people who plug the gaps that you have. So he, in that instance, had a fantastic C-suite exec who was able to bring in that serial entrepreneurship, management, scaling experience, the sort of experience that John's referring to that you need for a growing later stage business. So I think, there are some great examples, and Aaron's journey is one that I would cite, where you can have a founder staying the course when they have that self-awareness to know their strengths and their gaps and are plugging the gaps.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Simon, I'd like to hear from you and your experience. You mentioned that you have scaled a number of companies, one sort of failed, you exited sort of Quantum Black and sold it to McKinsey. What for you was your journey in terms of, John mentioned about, hiring, the same people, not staying along the journey.
I concur. It's something that, if I'm really honest, the kind of like my first ever startup, I wasn't aware of that, and that was a pretty that's a pretty tough time, actually, emotionally, to kind of like pull together an amazing team that you trusted, you've been in a lot of scrapes with, and then as you grew, realize that maybe that team wasn't exactly what you needed, and sort of kind of going through that process was a big element of learning for me. And it sounds a bit brutal, but by the time you kind of get to later startups, you're kind of aware of it. And so you're always looking to hire talent. You're always looking to think about where can you extend that talent. I think Matt Clifford at Entrepreneur First has a very good line talking about leadership itself as a scaling technology, and so that's absolutely true. There's a couple of other misconceptions I'd say around scaling from my experience, or I think the kind of market almost has slight obsessions with. The first one is speed. Everybody talks about speed. And particularly those who haven't actually run a business. And I argue that kind of doing everything quickly actually doesn't give you the time to think and learn correctly. And so one of the big lessons for me was to kind of move this idea of away from speed towards one of tempo. If you look at the best sports teams or best athletes in the world, people always talk about controlling the tempo of the game. They can speed things up, absolutely, but they can also slow things down. And slowing things down, getting yourself runway to actually discover what you should be doing is incredibly powerful. The second kind of slight obsession is technology, and people think that technology is the natural thing that's going to scale them. And actually, in my experience, that's less true, particularly in today's world, where the kind of half-life of technology being cutting edge is about 6 months. And actually, it's the ways of working. It's your methods. It's your protocols that you put in place. And the third obsession is probably one of capital. Actually, it's kind of like rush to raise capital, and actually revenue. Revenue being profitable gets you independence. That buys you freedom. It also buys you time. And so, call me old-fashioned, but that kind of like ability to choose when you want to make your moves, and the decision and freedom around that decision making yourself is a critical element of scaling that's a little bit forgotten about.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. So there's a couple of points there that I'd like to just dig a bit deep. So, Reid Hoffman wrote a book called Blitzscaling, with the goal, to be the first mover at scale. And this is typically an approach that you see, that's been used by the Silicon Giants. Do you believe that works here in the UK, and does it work for particular sectors? And how does this actually also impact sort of regional companies that would like to scale? And, should the narrative really be about tempo rather than speed? John, I'd like to come to you, especially about the regional piece.
Oh dear, there's a conversation that deserves a conversation in its own right.
Yeah.
I think, as someone who's originally from Belfast and kind of lives in Cambridge and has relationships in the Northeast, but also day job, I spend my life in London and New York. I kind of have feet in both camps. And one of the things which people forget when Tech City originally came about in the late 2008, 9, 10 period is what is actually essential when you get to kind of building ecosystems, and ecosystems actually support scaling businesses, I believe, is having enough critical of the number of people who want to participate in that process. And one of the challenges that startups outside of the regions will always have, and I see this very much in Belfast, I'm a co-founder of a co-work space there, is there's a proportion of people, guess what, who don't want to work for a startup, or they don't even understand what it means to work for a startup. And trying to convince someone who has a very steady 9-to-5 job, and as soon as you get to 5 minutes past 5, the lights are out in the office and everybody's going home, and convince them they want to do this job, which actually probably has much more flexibility, but actually has longer hours, and you might be committed in a way that you wouldn't ordinarily be, is culturally you actually have to change people's mindsets. And a lot of that is, which is what Tech City and Tech Nation have been very good at, is trying to raise awareness of the opportunities that exist in this space. But also part of this is marketing, and trying to persuade people that this is a fun and enjoyable experience. Now, I might be the wrong person to be having this conversation with too many gray hairs, and maybe 20-somethings are easier convinced in this process. But if you want to build a big business from the regions, you need to have the capacity of the people around in the physical region itself to actually help support that scaling capability. Now, I can't say time out on that a minute and then say, but by the way, in the last 6 months, everybody's been sitting at home. And so therefore, actually, this kind of requirement around the physicality, does it still exist in the same way? I'm seeing more organizations going naturally towards a remote capability much, much faster than they have historically. So we're at a really interesting juncture in kind of the way startups evolve, and whether they are, and everybody will have a strong view about this, which is, should they all be under the same roof? Can you run businesses remotely? I think the one thing that I probably would point out, you can do one or you can do the other, but trying to mix those two is like oil and water. I don't think you can have a kind of quasi-remote, quasi-physically in person type business. So regions need to be supported, and we need to be much more sharp-elbowed about trying to encourage more people to be part of this ecosystem.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Does anyone have anything they would like to add to that?
Well, I mean, Pavina, I might come back to the sort of question around blitzscaling as a concept. I mean, clearly, blitzscaling has worked, and Reed's own company, PayPal, at the time was a fantastic example of that. If your route to sort of global domination is customer acquisition, on speed across the world, then clearly, the blitzscaling methodology of a ton of capital going in order for you to achieve that market advantage in multiple geographies at the same time is a route. But there are so many examples where blitzscaling hasn't worked. You've got company examples where it's not worked. The Groupon is a great example where it didn't quite get there, didn't quite make it work. And you've also got examples where the blitzscaling methodology has essentially sort of skewed the market. So if you look at sort of the Ubers and Lyfts, they've had so much capital injected into them. And as a result, it's basically priced the service at a level where the normal market can't compete as much as they're trying to be able to modernize and innovate their services. So I think, blitzscaling is a particular route for a particular type of company at a particular time with the amount of capital that a sort of SoftBank can inject into the growth story. But that's, a very, very small part of the scaling journey for the majority of startups. And so, I wouldn't see it as the path to success for anything but a few.
I would lean into that a little bit harder and actually say something different, which is blitzscaling is a polite way of describing effectively creating funding or investment as a moat, effectively as a competitive advantage. And that was an experiment that ran from 2010 to 2020, with a number of different businesses. I'm completely unconvinced that actually that is a viable option going forwards. And if you look at, coming back to the point about SoftBank kind of bought that thesis and has yet to prove that actually that thesis actually works. If anything, it's actually caused good businesses to expand and grow much faster to the point where the underlying economics actually are fundamentally unstable. And actually, when you create instability actually in the cap table and the way you build burn, it's really hard to come out of that. And it really is, you can flare out and it ends up being a complete bloody mess. But I've yet to see where, quote unquote, money as a moat actually works in kind of B2B, B2C, unless you're really into the business of a SpaceX or a Tesla, where there is a real demand for capital for good reasons, as opposed to purely as I'm going to use it for acquisition and then I'll catch up afterwards with the economics.
And I guess the only thing I would throw in there is I'm not even sure that that's a possibility in Europe, right? I mean, I think that this is a concept that is really interesting to have as a kind of hypothetical conversation about a handful of American companies. But I think that the vast majority, if you just look at the disparity in terms of how much money there is in the US, I think it's $145 billion, with 45 being in California alone. Whereas in the UK, we're talking about $13 billion invested in startups and 40 billion kind of across Europe. I'm not really sure that there's enough money to blitzscale anything in the UK or Europe or generally. So I don't think it's even really an option for the vast majority of startups. And therefore, it can be considered as a strategy.
Brilliant. Well, thank you so much. I'd like to move on to sort of hiring and retaining talent. So we spoke earlier on, in terms of when you're scaling at such speed. What advice would you give to companies in terms of recruiting their C-level staff, and how do you integrate them into the company when it's scaling? And then in addition to that, if you're scaling at such a speed, how do you ensure to build a sort of a diverse team and company? And Gary, I'll start with yourself.
Yeah, no, so I think that there was a really interesting report done by Notion Capital, Maddie from Notion Capital, that kind of looked at, companies that were in that kind of Series A level, that were raising between like 2 and 15 million, I think were the numbers that they used. If you look at kind of the two groups, like one group that kind of had venture-backed, the group that succeeded and the group that failed, the group that succeeded tended to have people who had worked before in a venture-backed startup. So then that kind of made me realize that like one of the key differentiators, at least under this hypothesis, is that when you're ready to scale, as kind of everyone's been saying, make sure that the people who you're bringing on board actually know what the task is and actually have done it before. Now, I think that in a VC-backed format, so they understand the difference between kind of a VC-backed company and a non-VC-backed company, because I think that they're very different expectations about what happens once you're at that level. I think the question that I asked them, though, was, do you have access to that talent in Europe? Because I think that what they found is that the vast majority of companies that were able to kind of really scale at that kind of like very, exponential level, they tended to be American companies. And that was because they had access to this kind of Silicon Valley managerial talent, the people who had been through like, the Facebooks and the Googles and the whatever else, it's the TikToks, I guess. And therefore they understood how to scale it because they had been there and done it before, versus maybe what you see more in Europe, which is less of that managerial talent, with people who have worked in venture-backed companies that have exited before, and now this is like their second time at the apple, and so they're not going to make kind of rookie mistakes. So I would think that would be the kind of the first thing that I would think about. And the second thing is, in a talk that I heard from Reed Hastings, he gave a talk at Telefonica. Telefonica was trying to figure out how to really focus on its managerial talent as well. And he talked about something called the keeper test, which is, just being, I think, a little bit ruthless about firing people when they're not the right person for the job. Because he was saying that Netflix would have never become Netflix if he couldn't just trust people on his team to actually deliver without his needing to kind of micromanage them. And so I think that's the second bit, which is when you're hiring, make sure that, he said the keeper test was this. When someone comes up to you and says that they think that they might be going to another job or a competitor or whatever, is your initial reaction to say, hey, I'll do anything to keep you? Or is it to say, well, I actually don't really care that much? If it's for anyone who's not a keeper that you wouldn't fight to keep, get rid of them. And I know that in Europe, maybe that sounds like a little bit harsh, but the way I see it is that when you're trying to grow a business, it's either like the two resources that you really need to focus on are time and money, and both of them are kind of very scarce. And anyone who's not contributing to helping you to win is contributing to helping you to lose. So I think that the second thing I would say is just be really a little bit ruthless about who's on your team and making sure that you are hiring the very best people, the keepers, as Reed Hastings would call them.
Okay, no, thank you. So just to, in terms of firing people quickly, how do you do that in the UK and in Europe? Because obviously the employment laws are very sort of different from here in comparison to the UK. Steve, Simon, sorry, what's your experience in terms of when you were building your business?
Well, there's a hiring mode to it, which so we're big believers in 6-month probation periods, and use them. It's only fair both for you as your organization, but actually for the person involved as well. If there's not a fit and you can kind of see it, it's very easy to kind of like fake a fit in the first month or two. Over 6 months, that's a little bit different. I think that one of the big lessons for me, and I again, over career, we've been lucky enough to kind of work alongside some really interesting kind of sports organizations. And one of the really interesting things is they have a very kind of, I think, perceptive look at this kind of talent question. And it actually kind of boils down, in my world, to almost like a very simplistic calculation where they talk about the performance of an organization equals the talent times its character. And if you like, the talent bit is then the capability, their skills. And hiring great talent, having great talent on your team helps you win a match, and that's fantastic. But it's actually the character of the organization, its behavior, its ways of working that actually allows that team to win over kind of the season, over the championship. I think there's a lot of talk around talent and hiring, and I think that's absolutely right. I think one of the kind of like little blind spots for organizations and leadership kind of scaling their businesses is to actually be thoughtful about the character of the business that they're building, and what are the and how does that impact on that talent, and how does it make them? And when we found that, particularly with Quantum Black, is that Quantum Black almost became a little bit magnetic in that we kind of like naturally attracted people that kind of like fitted in with the character that we kind of wanted and needed, but also kind of relatively naturally pushed away those that sort of slightly didn't fit as well. So those are sort of like, it was kind of interesting. So my thing is like, yes, talent, absolutely. There's a whole discussion around how do you get the right talent, the right diversity. It's really, really, really hard. But the bit that's sort of a bit of a blind spot is this character of the business.
Parveen, if I can add a couple of comments, I think the first point that Simon just mentioned here on diversity is really, really important, and I think the risk of always looking for someone who's been there, done that, got the T-shirt, which are really important things to be looking for, is that quite frequently you fish in the same pond, and so you're not thinking about what is the diversity in the broader sense. I don't just mean gender or if someone's from a minority background. It's actually about diversity of thought, just having different people at the table, because fundamentally we know from consistent studies, McKinsey and others, that gives you better outcomes for your business. So if you are actually doing justice to yourself as a founder, your investors, the people who are your stakeholders in your company, you should be very actively building for an inclusive culture as you grow your business. And that's really, really hard to do and requires a huge degree of what, I spoke about right at the beginning, of self-awareness about yourself as a leader, but also about the company that you're building. The second point I wanted to make was, though, it's the particular challenge we face at the moment is doing everything we've just talked about virtually in a COVID context. And I think what you are seeing now is that, a different type of leadership is required that enables someone to be an effective leader in a virtual context. Notice the things that you can't notice very easily if you're not sitting next to somebody in a desk or bumping into somebody over the coffee machine. And those are the types of leadership skills that I think have historically been undervalued, particularly in a fast, blitzscaling, growth at all costs culture, and actually will be, I think, very, very important factors for the success of the startups that are scaling right now in the midst of COVID.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'd like to ask the panel, how has your leadership changed during this period? What have you learned about yourself, and also how do you have you changed in terms of how you're running your companies and giving advice to the execs?
Well, I would just start in terms of my company. I mean, I think what we found is that people are a lot freer. I mean, I think I still kind of hold by the keeper test, because it's like you don't really have to micromanage people if they are responsible and autonomous, right? So, some of my employees are basically like, oh, I'm going to be in Switzerland working for the next couple of months. And so actually before, that probably wouldn't have been acceptable to me. Someone just saying, I'm out of here for 2 months and I'll be working remotely. But now all of a sudden, I actually don't really care about those sorts of things. It's more like, well, as long as you deliver the results, then it's okay. And I think that's kind of like one of the biggest cultural shifts for me, because before working at a large corporate, it was like, I expected people to be at their desks, more or less 9 to 5, and there could be some flexibility, but that was about, that was the exception. Whereas I think now flexibility almost becomes the rule, where as long as people deliver and you believe that they can deliver, then you kind of give them more freedom, because you're not really needing to see them all the time. And I do think it's a challenge to figure out, well, how do you still build that kind of team spirit, especially when in some contexts I haven't actually met the person physically that's working for me. But yeah, that's kind of a surmountable challenge, because I do think that people like to be on teams that win. So as long as people believe that the team is growing and that we have a common mission and that we are aligned, then and the results are confirming that, then I don't think that I've seen so much problem yet with like people working remotely.
Brilliant. Anyone else like to add to that in terms of what they've learned about themselves?
I mean, whether this is about myself, I don't know, but I think there's there's a lot more awareness of this sort of just being empathetic to people and understanding kind of the context that's going on behind people's faces, behind the walls, which you don't always see sort of when you're clustered together and kind of in the midst of something. So I think that that kind of like trying to be, showing empathy in whatever shape or form is right for you, and what I think that's come to the fore. Kind of linked to that, I think I think there's been from our perspective in our organisation, the empathy is kind of almost amplified by when you can kind of bring both clarity around what you're trying to do, and so people kind of don't get fragmented, they're not chasing their tails and things, and that bit was always true, whether you're kind of together or not, but I think it's somehow a little bit amplified here, and that's really helped by a sort of degree of transparency, openness, and kind of the human touch, right? We're all humans, and although technology is making our lives easier, the striving for that human touch in whatever you're doing, I think, is going a long way to it, which might all sound a bit fluffy, but I think it's been the kind of like the biggest thing for us over the last couple of months, and it's actually translated itself into kind of like back to the kind of character of the business, the personality of the business. We're hiring people at the moment, we're hiring great talent, and one of the things that kind of like stands out for them is that sort of personality and the kind of impact on the lifestyle of how they want to run their lives, we can have on them.
Brilliant, thank you, John. Just a final part of I'd like to discuss in regards to talent, and then I'd like to move on to investment. Gary mentioned, we need to sort of hire, the best people for the job, especially when we're scaling. With Brexit, what do you think? I remember there was a lot of discussion and a real concern for tech founders with the impact of Brexit and what that will have on talent. Do you think, that the UK will still be able to attract that talent? What are your views?
This conversation would be very different if I was having it on the 1st of January this year versus the 14th of October. I think what suddenly emerged is that actually you can now hire talent in other locations and they don't have to move to the UK and they don't need visas. And so there's this interesting dynamic which is playing out, which is the pool of talent that's readily available to you is actually much, much larger than would have been expected before. And as I say, if I had this conversation the 1st of January, we wouldn't be having a conversation about businesses which are almost thinking about going completely remote. I think that's one of the things that I've noticed probably over the last kind of 6 or 9 months. And the realization, and clearly in the UK, we're just about to go through a process of go through a form of lockdown, probably not as brutal as was there before, but the realization that what we thought was going to be 100 days and then there would be some sort of new norm, actually the new norm is going to drag out for a lot longer. And practically a lot of the companies that we're looking at, invested in portfolio, people we speak to on a day-to-day basis, have a general expectation that we're going to be in this at least until the end of March, but practically this could be the end of June. And so the way they're thinking about planning around that is fundamentally changing. Like, this is going to cause massive impacts on behavior change through this kind of long cycle. And to give that some sort of context, most investment rounds are investments of kind of 12 to 15 month periods. And we're describing a period of effectively people being forced into a remote kind of situation for a period which is almost equates to a full funding round. So I think it's, in a weird way, it actually mitigates all of the risks that we thought about that we were going to have with Brexit have kind of fallen away, because we've suddenly looked at a quote unquote future of work, which doesn't require people to be physically in the same space, and they don't have to come across borders.
Yeah, no.
I mean, I think if I can just add one comment to John's, I think John's absolutely right to label that as the sort of status quo and what's going to be happening over the next year. I think, though, what we want to look at is not just the year ahead, but what's happening in the sort of 5-10 year time frame, because the growth of the UK as a tech ecosystem should continue at pace, and we'll need a lot of talent to be feeding that. So I think the ultimate outcome on the ability of UK tech companies to recruit talent from Europe in a physical way, I bring them in, is still really important for the tech sector. And I also think the sort of secondary point to that is a system that allows tech talent to come in easily from South Asia, from America, from Africa, from wherever it is in the world that talent is coming from, is also really important. The challenge of our migration system historically has always been that we're working to this sort of big number, and everything contributes to that number. We need to be able to separate out different types of migration into the UK and recognize that there is a legal immigration route that needs to be made very, very easy for the people that we need to work in tech in the UK. And that's not going to change.
But I would just kind of be somewhere in the middle. I mean, I think that I was doing an interview the other day with Dan Glazier from Wilson Sonsini, in terms of companies that are looking to move from the US and US investors looking to invest in the UK. And what he was saying is that actually, because of COVID, a lot more American investors, which is where the money is at the end of the day, right? Like the vast majority of funding is still in the United States. A lot of them, because of COVID, are saying, well, if I no longer have to go and meet physically with someone in San Francisco, I might be a bit more willing to look into people in London or in other parts of the world. So I think that there is a kind of really interesting benefit, if we can call it that, of COVID, or side effect, which is that investors are starting to kind of like think a bit more expansively, not who can I have coffee with at the Starbucks down the road, but literally who can I just kind of contact, or who's interesting to me anywhere in the world. And I think the same thing with talent. I actually think that it's not going to be a kind of temporary shift of people kind of saying, now actually I can do this kind of like remote working thing a lot more easily. I think being American myself, as much as I think that Brexit was a mistake, I know that there's a lot of American talent that kind of is being rejected or not being allowed to come in to the UK. And there's a lot of really great talent in the US, precisely those sorts of people who already have been there and done that. And now they might be willing to consider a job in the UK if they can get the benefits, but not have to physically move and deal with all of these issues. So again, I think Brexit is a mistake, but I think COVID is actually making it a lot better for startups in a lot of ways.
Brilliant. Okay, so Priya, look, as an investor who funds into female founders, what changes do you believe need to happen in terms of the narrative of supporting underrepresented groups? There's a number of initiatives, with sort of Black History Month in terms of supporting Black founders, but do you believe this is enough to support underrepresented founders, or do we need to be bolder as an ecosystem, as an industry? And if so, what should we be doing more of?
So absolutely, we need to be bolder. It is shocking that we are still at the levels of underfunding that we've seen for underrepresented groups of so many different types. I mean, I think firstly, we need better data. Some great work is happening here, but we don't even know the levels of funding going to Black founders in the UK. That's shocking, absolutely shocking. Then we need to make sure that there are I would suggest aspirational targets set around how much of funding should be going to different underrepresented groups, and that would be from definitely for government money, but why shouldn't private money be aspiring for the same numbers? And then we also need to change the face of investment. The reality is that it's very hard to break the cycle unless investors themselves are coming from the communities that we're trying to see investment going towards. We've got a long way to go, but it's so important to do it.
Does anyone else have anything to add in terms of what we should do as an industry to make certain changes?
Yeah, just quickly, I would say, look at what is happening in America, right? Like, one of the frustrating bits for me as a Black founder here is that I'm actually thinking it's better to go back to America, right? And people might say, good, go. But for me, the reason why I think the reason why I think that is because there's so much money being kind of put out for Black founders right now. So you have Google put $200 million. I think Facebook put $200 million. Like the other day, JP Morgan made a $30 billion pledge. And in the UK, okay, Google put 2 million, but that's about as much as we've seen come out of it so far. So if you're an underrepresented founder, here people aren't willing to even talk about the problem, except for gender. And secondly, there's no money. So even if they talk about it, there's no money. So I think that if you look in comparison to the US, they are talking about it, maybe sometimes violently, but there's a lot of money. There are billions of dollars that have been pledged to support underrepresented founders in the US, and there's literally nothing being done here.
Okay. So look, we are out of time. We could have talked for another 45 minutes as well. But the good news is we do have Q&A come up. So make sure you have put your questions in the chat. Tabitha, how was that for you?
That was brilliant. Gary, don't leave us. Never. That was, I was kind of listening. I was like, oh, no, that's exactly the feeling that I can't bear to hear, but it's so justified. There is so much more work to do. Thank you all so much. That was fascinating. I am thrilled that there is a Q&A, and I think the audience are too. So do make sure you head over there in 15 minutes. And for those of you who are joining us back here on the main live stream, we'll have Rob Chesnut, former Chief Ethics Officer of AirBNB. So maybe we can ask him some questions about diversity in startups as well. But for now, I will take a break and see you all in 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Don't forget, go and connect with each other in the networking. Hello and welcome back to Build, Build, Build. I'm Tabitha Goldstall, the co-founder of CogX, and it's a delight to welcome you from wherever you are in the world today. Don't forget to check out the expo on our platform and drop a line to some of the brilliant organizations to make some connections and continue the conversation. The next session looks at the most important question that beckons the startup world. How do you scale a company with a moral compass? We're delighted to welcome Rob Chesnut, former Chief Ethics Officer of AirBNB. Rob spent 14 years with the US Justice Department as a federal prosecutor, and he was also the Senior Vice President of Trust and Safety at PayPal. He's recently released his book, Intentional Integrity: How Smart Companies Can Lead an Ethical Revolution. And Rob will be in discussion with Dev's friend, researcher and broadcaster, Stephanie Hare. Rob, Stephanie, are you there? Over to you. Thank you.
Hello, Rob. It's so nice to get to talk with you face to face, having spent 24 hours with your book, which I've been reading with great pleasure and have completely marked up in true teacher fashion and student fashion, loving it. So I wanted to first ask you, what made you want to write this book?
Well, about 4 years ago, it struck me that the world was changing. The Me Too movement, headlines every day, it seemed, were going after tech companies in particular, but really all companies, challenging them, I think, with their business models. And I think it was very clear to me that the world wanted more from companies, wanted more from leaders. And I think trust in government is at an all-time low, to be honest. And we need companies to step up and solve some of the world's biggest problems. And that led me on a journey at AirBNB. We asked the question, how do you drive integrity into the culture of a company? And we ended up doing some interesting things that I really felt would deserved a broader conversation. So that got me into the book writing world.
And I love the structure of your book. So for those of you who have not read it yet, it's super practical. And I actually was thinking that it'd be quite useful for very different audiences. I can imagine this book being a sort of set text on business school programs or MBA programs, but also I could see C-suite executives, boards, who are often the sort of shadowy people who have so much power and influence over companies, and even founders of startups and self-employed people, small limited companies, looking at this from the beginning of the startup of their company and thinking what the questions you're asking about, what are your values, what's your purpose, how are you going to measure that, were super practical. And I just wondered if you could speak a bit about how your background, first as a prosecutor and then when you made the transition to the private sector, helped you structure this very practical approach.
Yeah, I'm not much of a Socrates and Plato type, right? I didn't study ethics in college or in law school. I think I've been very much shaped by working as an attorney for 35 years and working with a lot of different tech companies to actually figure things out that we can do. So the book is really designed to be. It's got humor. It's got a lot of stories. And it's a practical, almost a workbook in many ways, approach to how do you drive integrity into the culture? What should you do tomorrow to start if you want to build a company that's got values that you're proud of? I think as a tech GC, I had to be very worried that things around integrity are actually one of your biggest brand risks. On the other hand, the integrity, I think, is a real driver of the business. If you get it right, it's wind at your back. It's something that employees rally behind. Today's consumers, it resonates with them, and they're moving their money based on how a company acts in the world as a world player ethically. So, this is really something for people that want to get business right. In the long run.
And it focuses a lot on your experience in Silicon Valley. And one of the things that was really striking to me as I was reading this, I couldn't help but think of the film Wall Street. and Michael Douglas's character of Gordon Gekko, when he says, greed is good. And that was the sort of way that we thought about banking and finance back in the 1980s in the United States. And here we are in 2020, and we've had this sort of revolution in Silicon Valley now for probably 40 years, you could say, certainly with the advent of the personal computer and then e-commerce and social media platforms. And did we hear the same conversation about integrity and ethics in finance as we hear at least discussed in technology?
Well, I think we were operating with a different set of rules for decades. I think when you went to business school, you learned about Milton Friedman and Michael Jensen. And Michael Jensen was a professor who they came up with this idea of shareholder value. And shareholder value was the way that companies operated. That was their North Star, right? Anything that is good for shareholder value is good. And shareholder value really is code for stock price. And unfortunately, I think short-term stock price. But what it did, I think it justified a lot of bad behavior, frankly. It encouraged companies to cut ethical corners in order to get the stock price up. And it really, I think, gave everyone almost ethical permission to do this sort of thing. Because, hey, as long as I'm driving up the stock price, it's okay, because that's what I'm supposed to do. The interesting thing is who benefited with this shareholder value approach? Well, it was the executives at these companies, because they're the ones that held the stock and were compensated in stock. So I believe that shareholder value in this old approach really did a lot of damage. It basically said, well, it's okay to dump carbon into the sky, or don't worry about what you're putting into the stream next to the factory, or how workers are being treated. It's all okay because you're doing what you're supposed to do in the world of shareholder value. The world's tired of that approach. And in fact, it's interesting, Michael Jensen, the academic behind it, has now come out and admitted that he was wrong, and that it's not the way to think about companies. And only though in the last couple of years have we begun to get this broad consensus around leaving behind shareholder value and going to the new approach. And the new approach is the stakeholder approach, or the stakeholder principles. Brian Chesky at AirBNB, we used to call it being a 21st century company. And that approach recognizes that all companies have multiple stakeholders. That is, groups that the company really owes an obligation to. And look, investors, shareholders, they are a stakeholder, and they're an important stakeholder. But there's no reason why they should be the only stakeholder. At AirBNB, we had 5 stakeholders. We had our investors, but we also had guests, our host, our employees, and frankly, the world at large. So I think whenever we made a decision at AirBNB, we would think about how that decision would impact all 5 of the stakeholders. We would measure the health of all 5 stakeholders. And I think we recognized that if we were ignoring any one of those stakeholders over a period of time, that we were failing as a company. And I think that approach encourages doing the right thing. It encourages thinking about a broader audience, not just thinking about your short-term stock price and what's good for your wallet.
Well, it's interesting because what we've just done is take us from this one metric of share price, or perhaps quarterly results, and really broaden this out to the different stakeholders that you're going to have, and also over time, not just per quarter. And I think already that complicates, and that leads me, I guess, on to the next question. And it's a question for the technologists in the audience, but also people who have to build, which is, how does one build a moral compass for a company, particularly if it's a global company that's going to be drawing on different values from different people all over the world, as employees, as investors, as clients and customers? How do you find your North Star when you're global?
Well, you've got to start with that North Star. Every company needs a purpose, Stephanie, and profit is not purpose. Now, profit is an important part of a business. I mean, without profit, you can't fund all of the things that you want to do. You can't accomplish your mission. But your mission's got to be more than just making money. You got to have an aim, a North Star to do good in the world, to have that purpose. And that's got to infuse everything you do in a company. And that needs to be something that's global, that resonates around the world if you're a global company. And you need a new way of measuring. I found in companies, you do what you measure, right? Now, we're good at measuring money. We're very good at measuring all of the financial success metrics. We're great at figuring out, what's our revenue, what's our profit, how many customers do we have, and the like. What we need to do is we need to build that out for a broader group of stakeholders and understand, what for Airbnb, for example, what are metrics that will measure the health of our host community? What sort of metrics are we going to use to measure the health of our guests and whether our guests are happy? And what's our obligation to the communities where we operate, and how are we going to measure that? But you need to measure, and you need to hold yourself accountable to this belief that all of those stakeholders really do matter. And look, it's not easy. I think being a leader just got a lot harder, to be honest, right? In the old days, bad behavior got swept under the rug. You were judged by your share price. Now, just having your share price go up isn't good enough anymore. You've got the complexities of managing, a global base of stakeholders and their trade-offs, right? Because if one decision might be good for two stakeholders, it might be bad for a third stakeholder and neutral for 4 and 5. So do you do it or not? Because look, if a decision is good for all stakeholders, then it's pretty easy. But unfortunately, most decisions aren't that easy. So I think leadership's tougher, frankly.
And you do a great job in your book of bringing that up, where you say everybody's watching now. So yeah. It used to be perhaps easier to get away with so-called bad behavior. And now we've got, forums where employees can go and complain anonymously. We've got social media. So there's this really interesting tension of workplace surveillance, which I think has become perhaps even more salient now that so many more people are working from home and being spied on by their employers. But there's also this really interesting shift in power, which is that workers and former employees, third parties, clients and customers all can feed back in real time in ways that can be really embarrassing for companies that get things wrong. And then everybody's going to watch to see what you do to correct it and address the mistake. So I think you raise that so well here. And I love that you hold yourself accountable in the book as well. You talk through a lot of your experiences and sort of testimonies at the different places where you worked. And that makes this book, for me, it felt really practical and very real. I could really sense, the struggles that you went through in your career. And I just want to sort of highlight the structure here of this a bit. What I found really interesting, and I wanted to ask you how you chose them, is you have this thing called code moments, which are almost like teachable moments. So these lessons, and you've got them in the appendix, a whole series of them, where they're just short little vignettes where you take the reader through an example of an ethical decision, and then you give your take on what the answer would be. And I found myself weirdly, I did use your book as a workbook. I went and actually read those first. Yeah. And I read through, first I started with your take on what you thought the answer was, and I read through it, did a whole sort of spin on that, and then went and started your book. But I thought that was just brilliant, those teaching moments. And I wanted to know, A, how did you come up with that as a teaching method? Because I think it's quite effective. And B, how did you do that? Because those are composite examples. How did you craft them so well?
Well, I had a great co-writer, Joan Hamilton, who helped. You know what? The people love to learn with stories. I learned that at Airbnb. When we would talk about integrity, if you start quoting people the law, or you start reading the code of ethics to them, you can just see the eyes glaze over. Mm. But if you tell people real stories about things that actually happened, ethical mistakes, people getting drunk at a holiday party and biting a security guard and drawing blood, or people, someone getting a bag of cash from a vendor. their eyes light up, because we all love stories, particularly true stories. And by the way, if you're in the world of ethics and integrity, you don't have to be very creative. The stories of things that have gone on in business are just so interesting and illuminating. So we really took things that had actually happened, throughout my career, either at companies where I worked or companies where I advised, or things that Joan had dealt with at her companies. And, I think sometimes ethics and integrity are easy, right? It's no lying, no cheating, no stealing. But they actually can be pretty complicated as well. They can be gray and layered. So what we did was we took some of these real examples and really dug into them and sort of looked at them from different angles and talked about the nuances. And, the goal isn't to leave you throwing up your hands and saying, oh, this is too darn complicated. This ethics stuff is beyond me. It really was to help people be thoughtful about what they do every day. I so often we aren't intentional. We walk through our life and just react as things go. I'll give you an example, though, of intentionality, and that's around alcohol. Look, as a lawyer, I have dealt with so many instances of misconduct at companies where I've worked, and too often the misconduct is preceded by somebody drinking too much in a work setting. You see it a lot, right? And there are companies. Some companies have a reputation for being big party companies, and so one thing I did is I talked to everybody at AirBNB about something I called Rob's rule, and this is a rule I've had my whole life around alcohol. And the rule is, for me, Rob's rule is I will never have more than 2 drinks in a work setting, ever, no exceptions. Now, why? Why did I do this? Well, I enjoy a good glass of wine or a local beer when I'm out traveling and having fun with colleagues. The social element, I think, of working with other people is really important. On the other hand, I know that I can have 2 drinks too, and I'm going to be okay. I know myself. Now, what if I'm really tired? What if the drinks are strong? What if I haven't had enough food? Well, at some point, you start getting to drink number 3 with a different combination of circumstances, and I'm not so sure anymore. And for me, my career is worth more to me than that 3rd drink ever. So to make it really simple, I won't go past that 2nd drink. Now, I would tell people at AirBNB, you don't need to adopt Rob's rule. Rob's rule is not in the code of ethics, but you need your own rule. Some people don't drink alcohol at all. Some people don't ever drink in a work setting. Some people might have a 1-drink rule. I know somebody that only drinks with strangers, which I think is some interesting pros and cons. But you need a rule, because the worst time to make a decision about how much alcohol to drink in a work setting is while you're drinking alcohol in a work setting. So what I encourage people is to put some thought into certain circumstances that can derail your career. Do it in advance, because you're going to make much better decisions that way.
I love that. That's a great way for us to switch over to the next bit, because you've got a chapter. So after I read the case studies at the back, the code moments, you have a chapter called "What Will Derail Your Mission: The 10 Most Common Integrity Issues," which I was like, oh shit, I'd better read that. And they're, you don't hold back. Like, that's what I love, is I think a lot of people would think this is something that maybe human resources needs to be aware of, or perhaps managers. But I love the way that you put the C-suite and the board, and frankly, every single person in an organization on the spot in these examples. And you cover, I'm looking at it here, inappropriate relationships. Obviously, you've just covered booze and drug use at work or in situations. We go straight into sexual harassment and sexual assault. And with your lawyer's hat on, you gave one of the best distinctions I've ever come across of the difference between those in a US law context, which I thought was great. Expenses violations, it's a section on data privacy. That's obviously, extremely relevant. The conflicts of interest bit I found fascinating. And, that is well beyond just human resources. That is something that everyone in the company needs to be aware of. Great stuff on fraud. sharing of confidential information and trade secrets, bribery and gifts, which, when you're starting out in your career is not something you necessarily might even think is going to cross your path. So to have a thought about it before that awkward situation happens. And then the last one, employee use of social media, which again is such a minefield for everyone. You get so nitty gritty and practical that I found myself, as I say, just sort of underlining every section. And again, I wondered going forward, how you hope this book would be used. Is this to get people using this book almost to talk as a reference guide among themselves or to read on their own?
Yeah, you know what, Stephanie? Silence and ambiguity are the enemies of integrity. I think in silence, everyone is free to interpret for themselves what is right or wrong. And what we know from science is that in the absence of information, people tend to fudge. They tend to look at particular circumstances and interpret the circumstance in a way that's favorable to themselves. Yeah. And pretty soon what ends up happening is you fudge a little bit, you fudge a little bit more, you fudge a little bit more. And pretty soon you're nicely out of bounds or well out of bounds from what appropriate behavior should be. So what I really want with this book is to make sure the companies understand that people are looking for guidance. When we do talks at AirBNB, I think I do new employee talks there. And, people are a little wide-eyed at first. They're like, wow, he's actually talking about that topic that nobody talks about. And I think too often integrity is the elephant in the room. No one wants to actually have the conversation about it. But people got a lot of questions in the back of their mind. Is it okay if, that I'm kind of interested in that employee? Is it okay to have a relationship with them? Is it okay if this vendor takes me out to an expensive restaurant? And I think having the direct, honest human conversation with people about this is something that they deeply appreciate. I did a new employee talk one day at AirBNB. A woman came up to me afterwards. She literally had tears coming down her cheeks, Stephanie. And I'm thinking, oh no, what did I say? Oh, and she explained that she had just come from another big tech company, big name company. And she said, Rob, my boss there kept propositioning me and he wouldn't stop. And I didn't trust that my old company would do anything about it. And so I had to leave my job because of this. And she said, this is my first day at my new job. She said, you have no idea what it means to have a leader stand up in front of the room and talk about these things directly and honestly and explain that that's not the way that they operate. And she said, I know if I had a problem like that at AirBNB, I could come forward and feel comfortable about it because I really believe that AirBNB cares. And that's what you want, right? You want people to hear directly from a leader that this stuff matters. Not in some pre-recorded video, not some third-party consultant, not some poster on the wall. They need to hear it honestly from that leader in their own words, off script.
I'm so glad you mentioned the video and the poster because I wanted to, if I may, put on my sort of more challenging, cynical hats, just to see how you'd respond. I have worked in those companies that have used the video or the poster and then been like, job done. We've talked about equality. There's no sexual harassment here because everybody had to, we did a box ticking exercise. We've all had the training and it didn't stop it. And in fact, what it did was it actually had a more corrosive effect, which is that people didn't trust human resources at all and thought HR is just here to protect the company. And you talk a lot about different companies in your book. You give some really lovely examples, very practical examples, and familiar to anyone who's reading the Financial Times or the Wall Street Journal on a regular basis. And I think that's a risk. And I love your solution, if I think I understand correctly, is that this isn't just an HR issue. Now, you were writing as general counsel, so it would make sense coming from a legal perspective that you would be really thinking those issues through and how to live your values as a company. but you really put that pressure onto leaders, and particularly the CEO, that they have to make that clear, not just once a year, and not just in a video. It has to be there all the time, continuously. And you devote 2 chapters to that. And I was just wondering if you could talk us through, the role of the C-suite, in particular the CEO, but also this messaging thing, so that it isn't just an HR problem or a lawyer problem.
Right. Well, I mentioned earlier this idea that silence and ambiguity are the enemies of integrity, and that people naturally, all of us, tend to fudge a little bit in our own self-interest in the absence of information. But as human beings, we want to feel good about ourselves. We want to feel as though, I've got integrity, and of course I'm at least as honest and ethical as others. So when looking around to others, we really do look to others for cues about what's appropriate. And if we see leaders speaking and acting with integrity, it's actually contagious from a scientific perspective. It actually influences our behavior. Leaders are the thermostat for integrity. Now, not a thermometer. A thermometer takes the temperature in a room. A thermostat sets it. So as a leader, by your words and actions, you are setting the temperature. You're setting the environment for the entire company. So if, as a leader, for example, you're getting trashed at the holiday party, you are hitting sexually on other employees, or you're running around saying things like, we have to hit this number no matter what. I don't care how you get it done, get it done. That sets the thermostat to one side. On the other hand, if you do what like Ben Horowitz used to do, every quarter, Ben Horowitz told me he used to sit down with his chief financial officer to look at the quarterly numbers. And he said that before he started, every quarter, he'd look at the CFO and he would say, is there anything in these numbers that makes you uncomfortable? Anything at all? Anything that you think is misleading? Anything that you think is ambiguous or potentially improper from an accounting perspective? He said, because we might miss a number, our stock price might go down. I might even lose my job, but I'm not going to jail. And if you have a conversation like that with your team, you are setting the thermostat in another place. And the key is everybody's watching you as a leader, right? Everybody's looking to you for cues. And as leaders, you've got to embrace that. You've got to understand that ethics or integrity, they don't belong to the general counsel. They don't even really belong to the chief ethics officer or the head of HR. They belong to everybody. I used to say at AirBNB that I wanted 5,000 chief ethics officers. I want everybody to feel like they've got a stake in this culture. But leaders in particular, they got to own it. That's to me just a critical part of your job description, no matter what function you're in.
Well, you mentioned this question of who owns the ethics in the company, and I love this idea that why would you have just one chief ethics officer when you could have the whole company is effectively doing that role? And you talk about ethics ambassadors, people who could sort of receive extra training and be embedded throughout the organization to be there on consultation, standby if needed for whenever an issue is coming up, and there being a quick way of doing this. And I guess what I wanted to push back on is I think most companies, from the really wonderful ones that have great reputations in the market to some of the most horrific that makes everyone just sort of go, you are kidding me, have the mission statement. They have the frameworks and the guidelines and the principles, and they might even have like an ethics committee, right? There's a lot of Silicon Valley tech companies that have ethics committees that effectively are just rubber stamping exercises. And here in the United Kingdom, we had an ethics committee to come up with our contact tracing app for the coronavirus, and then it was dismantled. And so we've rolled out an app to citizens that hasn't got an ethics committee behind it. So it's just kind of interesting that there is a formula to build ethics and institutionalize it, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily work. And I guess that's my question, and that I really boiled down and was hunting for in your book, and I just love to push you on it a bit, is that, if Exxon is doing all of these things, if Uber was doing all of these things, and if Facebook is doing all of these things in Google, and they still get into ethical quandaries, are those the right tools, or do we need something else?
Well, I think you've got to start, with the heart of the company and what your purpose is. And I think you've mentioned some examples of companies who their mission's to get big, right? They, what you've never heard, particularly in the earlier days of the company, was any sort of mission to do good in the world, no sort of greater purpose, and no obligation to think about the community and the world as a stakeholder. No measurement. Like if you looked at ExxonMobil and asked them, to measure whether they are having a positive impact in the world, and nailed down metrics that we could all agree upon would be measures of their impact in the world, their record would be terrible, right? You would have to concede that the amount of carbon that's put in the air as a result of their products is deeply disturbing, and so I think a lot of this gets just washed over, right? There's an ethics committee, there's talk, but without specific metrics that recognize multiple stakeholders, and without the transparency, you're right. These companies are going to fail. I think the difference today, Stephanie, is unlike the past, there's transparency like never before. So companies in the past operated with a certain level of there was a lot of secrecy that sort of shrouded what actually went on inside of a company. When I was growing up, the only way you could research a company was go to the Encyclopedia Britannica, right? That got updated every 10 years. Now there's a lot of information available at everyone's fingertips through the internet, and employees are speaking up, right? If employees see something going on at a company that's inconsistent with the values, if employees are looking at the big, broad, beautiful statement on the website, but they know inside the company it's not operating that way. In the past, they weren't saying anything. Today, they're speaking up. Today, they're talking to each other on the Blind app and in Slack. They're posting about it. They're tweeting about it. They're walking out. And I think what we see now that we didn't see before is a world that is pushing on companies. That's not just accepting the broad general statements anymore, but they're pushing for real action. They're demanding it between the government, employees, and customers. Pressure is on companies now like never before. And I think that's a great thing.
And what do you think about things like non-disclosure agreements and non-disparagement agreements that can actually prevent or at least really raise the risks for any employee that did want to speak out about ethical wrongdoing, particularly when so many companies will make you sign them when you join and when you leave, right? And they might give you a little bit of sort of goodwill money in exchange. And if you've got people who are paying off student loans or who have mortgages or they're in this economic climate, maybe they don't feel they can't take that money, but also they might genuinely think, I can't fight against big tech. Susan Fowler, who wrote that wonderful book, Whistleblower, about her time at Uber, it's a horrific book because of what Uber did to her. I mean, they sicked private investigators on her. They harassed her. They trashed her reputation. It was super stressful. Right. And not everybody is going to be up for that fight. Right. So I'm just intrigued because I'm with you. I think the power of employees to hold current and former employees to hold their employers to account is helpful for the public. But at the same time, they're not able, this is not an equal fight. Right. As a lawyer, what are your thoughts on that?
I think the fight's getting a lot more equal. Susan Fowler would not have been able to do what she did 20 years ago. And increasingly what people are finding is that when they speak up, the world is lining up behind them to support them. When it comes to non-disclosure agreements, at AirBNB, we basically got rid of them. Simply because of the potential for abuse. So what we decided was, when I started looking at the Me Too movement, it struck me that over and over again, not at AirBNB, I'm talking about I love to learn from other people's mistakes. So I looked at other places, and it started with all employees were being required to go to arbitration for their disputes. Well, arbitration is by definition, everything's quiet, it's confidential, right? And then you end up with a settlement agreement where there are non-disclosure provisions and you can't talk about it. And then the person that committed the misdeed is then, even if they are fired, they just go to another company and no one ever knows about what happened. So what we decided to do is we sat down one day in the legal department and said, why do we need arbitration clauses? And people say, they might sue us in court. And I said, so what? You know what? Maybe we should be prepared for that. Now, we looked and said, how many employees actually sue us anyway? Because we really do our best to treat people well. And it was like, well, it really hardly ever happens. And so if we're really trying to do the right thing by employees, we shouldn't get in that position very often. And then we decided, you know what, we'll stand up and tell employees, you know what, if you've got a dispute with the company, all we ask is that you come to us first and try to resolve it. And if we can't resolve it to your satisfaction, then you get to decide what to do. You can decide whether to go to court or go to arbitration. So that way we're not going to be protected in a confidential way. And then we also pledged publicly that we would no longer use non-disclosure clauses, no more NDAs. Anytime an employee or a customer, we settled a case with them, we would never require that they be silent about the actions that were underlying the lawsuit. We said, you know what? We don't ever want to be accused of suppressing or hiding. Now, we might not agree with what they have to say. We might feel as though that, there's another version of the facts, but that's okay. We'd rather take our chances, I think, with the disclosure and the publicity than to ever be accused of trying to hide things. And that, because that's fundamentally wrong. And that's how you avoid it. And what we've now seen, I know in the US, if there's a settlement provision that has a non-disclosure agreement, it can no longer be deducted as an expense for tax purposes. So now governments are starting to line up and say, you know what, companies, you're not going to be able to operate this way anymore. And I think that level of transparency, look, transparency is the great deodorant. So I think the world is again pushing, everything's moving toward more transparency. Everything's moving toward raising the bar for companies.
Well, you talk about transparency in a really interesting way that I don't think I've come across before, which is also giving examples of when you have successfully resolved ethical issues. And you talk about why companies might not want to do that because it might then reveal that there had been a problem. But this idea of providing data rather than anecdata about, we've had 200 calls to the ethics hotline this year, of which 40% were sexual harassment and 10% were expenses fiddling and the rest was people eating more than they should at the canteen. Right. And these were successfully resolved to everybody's satisfaction. 2 are currently we can't talk about them because they're under legal action at the moment, but something like that where people can actually go, holy shit, if I use an ethics hotline, it actually works. How can you provide transparency for when ethics is working?
Right. Well, I would talk to employees and I would always hear a lot of cynicism. It's like, reporting something, nothing ever happens. And I wondered, why do people think that? Because I know that things happen. Why would people be so cynical? And then I realized, Stephanie, the reason they're so cynical is they report things and they never, ever hear anything back. And that struck me as, well, I understand that. What can we do about that problem? Because if people actually knew what happened, I felt as though the trust would go up pretty substantially. And so then I started asking the question. And people, privacy concerns. I'm like, well, I get privacy concerns. That's important. But why not do an annual report? Why not tell employees, we do this, we had this many hotline complaints. We had this many reports to HR. Here's a breakdown statistically of the types of reports. here are the numbers around how many times we investigated and found a violation, and how many times we investigated and couldn't find a violation. And here are the different punishments that resulted. Because I would look at the data and say, you know what, that's actually really comforting. It shows that we take the process seriously, that it's not a rubber stamp, that we just come in and immediately assume guilt. But on the other hand, we don't whitewash it either.
Yeah.
And we do take things seriously. And I felt, you know what, I think if people saw that kind of data, they'd be comforted. And I know, like, I'll give credit, Cisco, I know has been doing this kind of transparency report, and Airbnb has been releasing data to its employees like this. I think it's the right direction. You know, we've got to get away from this world where it's all hush hush. We can't really talk about it at all, because I think that silence is actually creating an environment of distrust that's not healthy.
I couldn't agree more. And I was thinking as I was reading your book how helpful it would be to restore trust if people understood how bullying and sexual harassment were being dealt with in the workplace. Because I think most people just feel that this gets either silenced through being bought off by money, or the person just leaves because it's just easier. And I like that you pave another way forward. And there's something else that you raised that I hadn't seen elsewhere. And I was really grateful to you for putting this in your book. You talk about how it isn't just about your ethics as a company, it's also those of your customers and your partners, right? So you talk about, I think it was the assault rifles in the United States being sold by Dick's Sporting Goods, and how they made a decision to no longer sell that weaponry, and that caused problems in the United States, where there's a Second Amendment in the Constitution that allows people the right to bear arms, and this therefore created an ethical judgment call that this company had to make, and what that meant for their bottom line. It was really interesting because that's such an emotive issue, and I can imagine lots of companies not wanting to touch it, you know, not even go anywhere near it, with the United States being so divided at the moment. You raised that in a really interesting way that I can see for technology companies is also going to be a real challenge, where it's this whole technology is neutral, we're just a platform, we can't be held responsible for editing like a publisher, but also what happens with our product or our data or whatever down the road in the value chain, that's not our responsibility. We're only responsible for our patch.
Yeah.
You complicate that dynamic much more in a way that was very thought-provoking. And I just wanted to give you, I know we've only got a few more minutes, but I thought, can we end on a meaty note?
All right. I think you've got to own it as a platform. People are tired of this excuse that, well, I'm only a platform, while you continue to count your money and make, and make profit from this sort of thing. You've got to figure out what you're going to stand for as a company. The world doesn't let you get away with that silence. I think a lot of companies for a long time wanted to say, well, we're not involved in that. But the world doesn't satisfy with it. If it shows up on your platform, your logo's up in that corner, your frame is around that particular item. And therefore it actually impacts your brand. So, I think what we see is that the world is increasingly pushing companies to take responsibility for things that are on their website. And look, we've seen this with Facebook. It's been compelling to watch how Facebook has gone from we don't want it, we're First Amendment. We don't want to get involved in this. And now they've got tens of thousands of employees that are working and scouring Facebook to prevent things like election interference and offensive material and poor bad facts. And frankly, they've got to. And because what is on your website becomes your brand. And so you've got to own it. Look, Airbnb did this around white supremacy, where white supremacists were using Airbnb to stay when they were getting together for a rally, like in Charlottesville. And we said, oh, you know what? No, we're not going to go there. That's not what we want to stand for as a company. So we went in, we did the research, we found who they were, and we said, our services are not available to you. And I think it does complicate things, but I think the world will ultimately respect brands that stand for something.
Well, that's a great note for us to wrap up on, which is that whole, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. Rob Chesnut, your book, Intentional Integrity, Fantastic. Thank you so much for writing it. It was such a pleasure to read, and I learned ever so much. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Gosh, guys, that was a real journey, both slightly depressing and incredibly optimistic at the same time. I loved it. Thank you. And thank you to all of you who were listening. Don't forget to pick up a copy of Rob's book, and Stephanie's book is in the writing too. So really great conversation. And that's all for me now, but do join us back here at 1 o'clock when we'll be in conversation with the very brilliant VC, Sarah Kunst, looking at the importance of diversity and investing in diversity. So thank you both, and thank you to all of our listeners, and goodbye for now. Welcome back to Build Back Better. I'm Tabitha Goldstall, co-founder of CogX, and it's a delight to be welcoming you from wherever you are in the world today. We all know and heard again this morning about the serious diversity and inclusion issues in the tech industry. Fewer than 1% of Black startup founders are receiving venture funding, and all of our panelists have made clear time and time again that this needs to change in order for the entire ecosystem to properly thrive. But how? Well, I'm thrilled to welcome Sarah Kunst, the Managing Director of Cleo Capital. She'll be talking to Deborah Okanila, founder and CEO of YSYS, about the importance of investing in diversity and how to change the ratio. Don't forget to send your questions to Sarah on the CogX platform, and of course, make connections and continue the conversation with each other using the networking features. But now it's time to turn to Sarah and Deborah. Are you here?
Hi.
Hello. Thank you both so much. Have a great conversation. I'll see you at the end.
Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome, everyone. I am so excited to be here and to have Sarah Kunst sharing her amazing work and her amazing experience, really forwarding and investing in diverse founders and more. So for those that don't know, Sarah Kunst is the managing director of Cleo Capital. She's also a contributing editor of Mary Claire, and she's also an advisor for Bumble's fund. Sarah, it is awesome to have you here.
Thank you. It's awesome to be here.
So I'm going to jump straight into it. You've managed to raise a £3.5 million fund, which is awesome. You've also been named, I think, by the Wall Street Journal as one of the top 20 women in VC. I don't know how you're doing it. That's amazing. But with your fund, you're running currently 2 amazing programs around encouraging individuals to become scouts, as well as encouraging and supporting individuals to get back into the workforce. Can you share a little bit about those programs and the difference between the two, and as well as your aims?
Absolutely. So, our Scout program, and a Scout program kind of just broadly means that I'm giving people the ability to angel invest who don't have the personal capital. They're able, a very select group of founders who all happen to be women, work with my fund, and they are able to angel invest out of my fund. And so that's Scout investing. It's relatively common in Silicon Valley in the US, and I think it's starting to come to other cities and other parts of the world as well. And so we're super excited about that program. And then we also this year did another program called Chrysalis. And Chrysalis was an awesome program that we did once COVID started. And all of a sudden, within a month, there were massive layoffs in the US. We haven't done a great job as a country on sort of stimulus packages, making sure that people can keep their employees employed. And so there was a ton of layoffs. And I'd been in a similar situation in 2008 during that recession, right after I graduated. And, that's how I ended up in tech. And so I knew that good things could come of this sort of crazy moment. And, a lot of big VCs were saying, it's time to build. Like statistically, it's shown that this is, downturns are a great time to start a company. But then you're like, okay, how do I build? And they're like, I don't know, right? And so I was like, well, I do know. And I started Chrysalis, which was a program that we had hundreds of applicants. We had over 100 people in the program. And it basically was bringing together people who had recently been laid off, putting them in a Slack group, teaching them, they're all, incredibly brilliant people, but teaching them that kind of 0 to 1 of how do you think about getting a startup idea, incorporating, like getting your, initial pitch deck together, your initial product together, your MVP, how do you start to talk to users, all of those things. And so, it was really, really cool to be able to have that experience. And we've seen some great stuff come out of it. We've seen over 20 projects that got started and over 10 companies that are up and running today from people who had no idea even March 1st that this is what they'd be doing this year.
That's fantastic. And that's 20 products. That's awesome in such a short period of time. And I think that sometimes that's the beauty of, I guess, having diversity at its core. And so I'd love to learn a little bit more about if you have a thesis for the angels that you work with, or is there a thesis also with the fellows that come into the program, like this is a mission or this is what we want you to work on and so forth?
So don't like people telling me what to do. And I think most smart people don't love to be told what to do. And so I'm much less interested in telling my scouts or the fellows in Chrysalis or anybody I work with, hey, here's what you have to do, right? Here is like, I am telling you, you could only build this kind of company or invest in this kind of company. I'm interested in taking, awesome, diverse, to your point, brilliant people, and putting them, in an environment where they can thrive and seeing what they come up with. So I guess if there's a thesis, that's it.
Awesome. And what would you say, I guess, the risks are, right? So if you are, searching within your own kind of networks, what would you say the risks are in doing so? And how do we move beyond
I think, that's an interesting question, because people kind of ask that question a lot. And it's sort of funny, right? Because that's like saying, if somebody says to you, oh, I only really, I don't leave my town very much. I only really go out to eat in my town. Their dining options, if they're in a town of 200 people with one pub, or if they're in London, are slightly different, right? And so anybody that you're working with is in your network, right? Like Deborah, you and I just met, but you're now in my network, right? So you're literally across the ocean and, haven't met you in person, but you're in my network now. And so it's not that you should go outside of your network, because what that would mean, practically speaking, in the investing world, is that you're just driving past people on the street and like throwing millions of dollars at them, which seems kind of irresponsible, right? But the problem is that most people's networks are incredibly small and incredibly homogenous, right? So they don't have people from other countries, races, schools, genders, whatever it is. And that's not just me saying, oh, white dudes only talk to white dudes. That's me saying that, my network, Deborah, doesn't just look like us, right? It's not just Black women. And that, we know that diversity drives returns. And the reality is, diversity doesn't mean a group of Black women or a group of, Asian men or a group of whatever. It means that, you kind of look like a United Colors of Benetton ad, right? And you're bringing together a bunch of different people. And so, I do only invest in my network, but the difference is that my network spans the entire world and, all genders, all races, all abilities, and that makes a huge difference.
Awesome. And I think having that intersectional approach to things, I think that's how we're going to ensure that everyone's included in the conversation. Like I always say, like, rather than having a Noah's Ark approach, like Black people first, women next, LGBTQ plus community, if we focus on intersectionality, then we can ensure that all individuals are have the opportunity of equality and equity and more. So I think that's super powerful.
Yeah.
Like with your fellowship program, I think that's amazing work, especially during such uncertain times when it comes to job stability, talent mobility, and more. And I'll be curious to understand a little bit in terms of maybe challenges that either yourself or what you've seen your fellows and startups face during the pandemic, and what the positives have been from that.
Yeah, look, it is, if you have positives during COVID, right, you're in an incredibly privileged position, which like, duh, and get to speak to all of you amazing people. Like, of course, I'm in an incredibly privileged position. And so I think it's important to acknowledge that, right? But that being said, this is, I think, in a given week before COVID, if I'd gotten an invite to come speak here at CogX, I would have been super excited. And then it might have taken a year or more, because it would have been, okay, when do the dates align where I'm in the UK and where this can work, right? And then it would have been, oh, I think I'm going to go there. Oh, but this conference got moved. Oh, but this, I missed my flight. I did this. It's so hard, right? Now I can be here, and like the only inconvenience is that, I got up at like 6 a.m. to be ready for it, right? Versus I got up at 6 a.m. to go to the airport, wait for 2 hours, take a 7-hour flight, go through, you know what I mean? So the sort of flattening of that world that's happening, I think, is really, really cool. And something that, while it's amazing to have in-person events, I do hope some of this stays, because I think that it's awesome to be able to get a more broad perspective. And for me, it's awesome to be able to meet people from all over the world.
Fantastic. Yeah, I love the digital world that I guess the pandemic has sort of brought. I think it allows, we're seeing that in movements as well. Like when it comes to hashtag Black Lives Matter, when it comes to EndSARS with the police brutality that's happening in Nigeria, individuals able to mobilize a lot more faster because we can use things like WhatsApp, we can jump on a Zoom, we can send video recordings. And so this kind of digital mobilization is really allowing individuals to connect and share messages and much more. So absolutely agree. You're doing a lot more. You're doing incredible loads of great stuff. And I'm just curious to learn more about I guess your experience with the Bumble Fund. Again, I think that's an awesome initiative. And what we're seeing is that founders are just not only just focusing on building products for their users, but they also want to contribute to society and contribute to building the next entrepreneurs. And through the Bumble Fund, that's what's happening. And I'd love to learn more about your experience and I guess the value that you're adding there and the vision you hope to see with it.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so I was an advisor at Bumble, a senior advisor, and helped them launch Bumble Fund, which when I was there, we were only able to invest in US-based startups. And so unfortunately, I'm not totally sure if they do international now, although they do a lot of awesome stuff in the UK. And right now they've been doing a big effort around Black History Month there, and My Love is Black Love campaign that's been really, really fun to watch. But with Bumble Fund, and this started a couple of years ago, the idea was really simple, which was, hey, we know women get less funding. We know women of color get even more less funding. And we're a big company and we've had some success and we have some money to help change that. And so it's just been a really amazing process to be a part of. And now it's been really interesting a couple of years later, with everything that's gone on, at least in the US this year around, protests, around, racism, and to see a lot of other companies sort of raise their hand and say, wait, we should also probably be a part of that, has been really, really cool. And so, my takeaway and my real inspiration from that was, I think when we started Bumble Fund, Bumble was only like a 3-year-old company, right? So sometimes founders think that they have to wait years and years and years before they can do something cool. And in reality, you don't. You can have a massive impact pretty early in the life of your company. And so don't ever feel like, that giving back is something that you wait until, you're a billionaire or, you're retired, right? It's something that I think all of us can do right now, even when we're at companies or building companies.
100%. It's never too late to start paying it forward. And absolutely kudos. And I know around your investment thesis for Cleo Capital is around basic needs and really shining a light on those individuals that are working within the consumer sector. I'd love for you to share a little bit more about what does basic needs mean to Cleo Capital?
Yeah. So, for us, our investing is in 2 main buckets. So one of the buckets is complicated consumer. And that is really the insight that, when you think of consumer, right, stuff, you think of like, hey, I'm going to buy, new jewelry, new lipstick, whatever. The reality is, while sometimes it feels like life or death, it is very rarely life or death to buy new jewelry or new lipstick, right? But the things that are life or death that we have to deal with on our own, at least in America, there's not a lot of help for, right? So, you have to do your taxes, or, in the US, it's really common to graduate university with, hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. And, you have to save for your own retirement. You have to buy your own health insurance. Like it is really tough over here. Don't come. But, it's one of those things where there's no one to help you do any of those things. And, if you can't afford an expensive accountant or lawyer or whatever, you're sort of on your own, right? Even buying a house is really complicated and scary and confusing, or buying a huge purchase like a car, or, estate planning when someone passes away. So, what we do is we go look for companies that are solving those problems, right? So we're looking for companies that say, hey, this with the same ease that you use Instagram, you can manage your student loan debt, or you can, set up your will and trust for when you pass away. And those are the kinds of companies that we're really excited about, because they are making a huge difference in people's lives in a really, really real, fundamental way.
That's awesome. I think entrepreneurs have so much power and influence to really solve some of the most pressing challenges that our society faces. I was reading about some of the your startups that you invested in that are performing really well. I know one was founded by a woman, one's founded by a man of color. I guess, can you share with us some of the exciting portfolios that you're excited about?
Yeah, so we have a lot of amazing companies, and in that kind of complicated consumer thesis, we have a lot of great stuff. We also have a lot of fun stuff in the other bucket we invest out of, which is the future of income. And the insight there is, at least in the US, the majority of income isn't made by kind of going, you go to your 9-to-5 job every day and you get a paycheck every 2 weeks. The majority of it comes from, anything from, money you get when you sell real estate to, if you're an Uber driver or Instacart shopper and you're getting, we call it 1099, but basically you're not a full-time employee, right? And in the US, that has massive impacts on your benefits, right? Your health insurance, your taxes, all of that. So, that's the other bucket we really invest in. In some companies that we're super excited about, we're in a company called Lunch Club, which is a really, really cool startup that is actually very popular in the UK as well. And it's perfect kind of complicated consumer, especially during COVID. You go on and you kind of put in your LinkedIn and you tell them a little bit about what you're looking for. If it's a new job, if you're looking for people to invest in you, you want to learn more about a new sector. And then every week it'll send you an email saying, what times work for you this week. And you select a couple times. And then they, magically using AI match you with somebody who is, looking to talk to somebody about similar things. And so, people meet investors on it, people meet people they start companies with, advisors, employees. It's just been really, really awesome to see that happen. And, before COVID, you were actually meeting in person. And now with COVID, it's all video, it's all digital. But the interesting thing is now you can meet with people anywhere. So I've had calls with people in London, with people in Spain, like all over the world, who have become friends with and have been able to do things with that I never, to go back to my comment about networks, right? Those are people who are now in my network who wouldn't have been if I said I only want to spend time with people who live, in my neighborhood in San Francisco.
Yeah, that's awesome. I still need to get on Lunch Club. I think there's so many apps. Lunch Club, House Party, Clubhouse. I think that's like 2020 apps of the century, which is awesome. I mean, if someone was to connect with you on Lunch Club and they wanted to pitch, what kind of advice would you give for individuals that are looking to pitch?
Yeah. Yeah, I think in general with pitching, the most important thing is know what you're talking about and have like a really succinct elevator pitch, right? And I can't tell you how many times, even just emails, people will email me and be like, "Hi, Sarah, like I was wondering if I could pitch you," and I'm like, they think I'm going to like respond to an email and then another email and like how many, like just send me that, like if I don't want to read it, I guess I'll delete it. Right. So I think that's a huge part of it is just being, really succinct and really powerful and knowing what you're talking about and having a, really clear kind of, here's exactly what I do. Right. So you mentioned House Party. So if you're the House Party founder, House Party is a fun group chat app, you would say, "Hey, Sarah, I'm Deborah. I'm the founder of House Party. And, House Party is a really great way to connect with, friends and do video chat, play games, interact on mobile. We've grown whatever 500x during COVID. We're raising around, whatever 5 million at a, 20 million valuation. See attached for deck. Would love to chat with you." I'm going to read that, right? And I'm either going to come back and tell you, I don't actually do consumer apps, but like, best of luck. That sounds amazing. I might know somebody who is interested, or I'm going to come back and say, great, let's have a meeting. But sending me an email or asking me, is it okay if I pitch you? That back and forth takes the same amount of time, but I don't know anything about your company. And then I'm also kind of like, oh God, if you can't effectively give me your elevator pitch, right, in 20 seconds, then I'm worried, like, how are you going to raise money from anybody?
Super powerful. And I think this was Monique who said this, that when it comes to diverse founders, they're often over-mentored, underfunded. And we're here I know that both of us on the call are super passionate about diverse founders having an equal level playing field. And so I guess what advice would you share for diverse founders when it comes to pitching? Is it the same? Is it the same way? Do they follow the same way that their white founders are doing?
Yeah, people always ask me that, and I always think it's kind of funny. Of course, it's the same, right? And meaning that, you know, this is a bad example because it's super American, but in America, you know, Black athletes weren't allowed to play professional sports until, like, I think the 40s, and so when that started to happen, right? Jackie Robinson was pretty famously in America the first Black baseball player who was allowed to play, right? And so, you know, when he's allowed to play in you know, the major leagues and in the white leagues instead of the Negro leagues, as they were called, you know, he didn't. What advice would you have given him, right? Like, how many bases are there? There's, you know, first, second, third, and then home. And, you know, well, how do you hit a home run? Well, you hit it out pat, you know, like nothing's different. It's just that there was this artificial barrier, right? And it's the same with pitches. There's not like, you know, oh, if you're a Black founder, you know, TAM doesn't matter, or, you know, CAC doesn't matter, or whatever, right? You still have to be building these huge businesses, which people are. The difference is, you know, the receptivity to how do you get in front of people to pitch, right? How you might have to, because not everyone takes as expansive a view on networks as I do, you might need to spend more time up front thinking about how to build your network so that it is more diverse, right? Or, you know, you might need to pitch, you probably do have to pitch more people and you'll raise less money. And that's because of racism. And I can solve a lot of things, you know, now that I'm on my second coffee, but I can't solve that this morning. But, you know, the reality is once you're going, you certainly, you know, there's not anything different that you're doing. It's just that, you know, it's probably going to be harder and take longer, right? And it's the same with women. It's the same with people of color. And that's not fair. But the idea that there would be like a fundamentally different approach, right? When you're building the same companies, you know, meaning you're building startups, you're building tech-enabled companies, you're building product, you need, you know, you need to incorporate, you need to get users and revenue and all those things. Like, of course that's the same, right? And so it's not that you need to do anything differently. It's that you need to kind of understand, which I think all of us understand. If you're in a marginalized group, you know it, right? Because people make sure to tell you how they feel about you. And so I don't think that this is something that is like a shock, right? Mm-hmm. It's just understanding, hey, these are the barriers that exist, that, by the way, exist in every category. This isn't just, you know, tech, right? People ask me sometimes, well, isn't venture capital, you know, in tech bad for women of color in America? And I'm like, every industry is bad for women of color everywhere, as far as I can tell, right? Like nurses and nurses and teachers, which historically, you know, in the US are kind of viewed as female careers, get paid less than their male counterparts, right? So when you're a female nurse and you make less money than male nurses, even though, like, you know, nursing is considered a female profession, like, there isn't a great place to be a Black woman in America. I'm not sure there's a great place to be a Black woman in the world, right? And so my take on it is, at least in tech, you know, you can become the next Mark Zuckerberg. And I just think that having money is a great way to sort of be able to make systemic change, because most systemic change is really expensive.
Yeah. I think Malcolm X said it really well when it comes to Black women in America, and I think that still stands true. And we need that protection and we need that support, but also wealth distribution will solve a lot of issues. And I think the more that we can put Black women, Black communities, underrepresented communities in position of wealth and power, that we will see the change that we want to see in the world. And so I completely agree with all those statements. And back on that, I guess, with everything that's happening in America, with Black Lives Matter, with the political unrest, has that changed, I guess, the way that you work, or have you seen founders change or respond differently based on the current climate? You know,
it hasn't changed the way I work, because I was a Black woman before June, right? So for me, it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed a ton. What I do think, you know, has changed is the conversation about it. Right now, I'll have conversations with, I'll literally, you know, get calls and be on Zooms with middle-aged white men, and they'll be like crying, and it's like so wild. And I'm like, have you looked into a therapist? Because everybody should be in therapy. But, you know, it's this kind of dam has broken. And I think that, and we saw something similar, I think, during the Me Too stuff, where there were the people doing the bad things, and there were the people where the bad things would happen to them. And there was this gap in the middle of people who didn't have bad things happening to them and weren't doing bad things, who didn't understand how bad it was. And now they're all like, oh my gosh, like I'm hearing how bad it was, right? And this isn't okay. And what do I change? And, if you're somebody who's not overtly doing, bad things, but then you look around and realize that, by just sort of hiring the most qualified first person who showed up, right, and not running thorough hiring searches, your board is all white dudes, or your executive team, or your whatever, you don't have as much diversity as you should. And for you kind of thought, well, I'm sure I'll get it. And then you realize like how systemically the industry has made that almost impossible. Now you're probably going out and being a lot more thoughtful and mindful. And so I think the good part is that the people who mean well, but we're just kind of going with the flow, we're in a flow that, because of our industry, because of our world, is still deeply male, right? Even on the diversity side, even when you dig into the diversity stats of Black and Hispanic founders and VCs in America, the vast majority of those stats are about men, right? And so there is not a 50-50 split, right, of founders and VCs between men and women in the Black community in America. It is probably at least 75%. And when you look at where the money goes, probably 80 to 90% of it is going to men, right? So there, and that's, I would say, much less of like a white dude problem, right? And that's much more of a problem of like, we need to look around at our own people and say like, hey, this table, if this is the Black people in tech group, like this needs to be half women, and those are things that we can do. But I think that awareness is the sort of first step to starting to change a problem, and the ability now to speak more freely about it, right? Whereas before, if you're at a majority white company and like you have like a weird interaction with somebody and it's like racist, but you feel like weird because you don't want to bring it up. I hope right now there's a understanding of, hey, my employer or my coworkers, they're okay. They want to hear about this stuff. They want to do something. They want to be helpful. So then you can talk about it more. And then by talking about it more, you can have more allies, right? Because when you think about sort of the term allies, which is a very popular term in the US, there's two parts of it. You have to, if you go back to World War II, right, if the Allied forces had said, hey, France, it looks like you're invaded, can we come do something? And France was like, no, we're totally fine. Don't worry about us. Then like, it's kind of like, what do? You're going to go like invade France when they tell you not to like get their invaders out? That's like odd, right? So I think that a part of having allies is understanding that we need to like help them, enable them to help us, right? Like, hey, here is my problem. Here's what I need. Here is a systemic barrier I'm facing. Here's just some really crappy behavior that I was subject to. I think you can help, and here's how. And I think a lot of people, especially right now, are willing to help, but we have to be willing to tell them we need help.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Spot on. And a lot of it is like moving from awareness to then action. I know here at WiseWise, we actually just launched a campaign called Know Your Data, which is encouraging organizations, VCs, startup ecosystem to begin to collect that diversity data of their employees or in their investments. And then once you understand the data that you have, you're able to then measure and track and understand the progress that you need to make and which areas to focus on. So I do hope that those that are tuned in, if you don't know about the Know Your Data campaign, do check it out. It does come with some amazing commitments around awareness, advocacy, and action, as well as a diversity data help center, which provides EDI surveys, information on the Equality Act, and so much more to help you begin that journey and become a real ally. We have a few minutes left, and I know we're going to jump into Q&A, but Sarah, it's been absolutely awesome having you. And before we jump into the Q&A, I would just love to know, like, I guess with everything you're doing in Cleo Capital, what's the change that you would love to see in a startup and VC ecosystem?
I think for me, I would love to just see more diverse investors be given the ability to write more checks. And the reason for that, is that there isn't really a great, you can have as many startup founders as you want, but if there's no one to invest in them, it's really, really hard to be a founder, right? And so we tell people, go start a company. It's like, okay, great. Who's going to fund me? Like, I don't know, right? And that gets really hard really quickly. So, to me, not to me, data shows that the best way to drive diversity in venture is in the startup ecosystem is to have more diverse investors. And there's a bunch of different, if VCs have a daughter, the odds that they invest in more female founders like skyrockets, right? So there's all of these kind of correlation type things that we see, and we know that they make an impact. And so, putting more diverse investors in, particularly, more diverse female investors, I think is probably from a raw numbers standpoint, the fastest way to kind of drive change.
Fantastic. More money in the hands of diverse people, 100%. That's what I like to hear. So I believe we're going to jump into Q&A. And there's a few questions have come through, so I'm just going to go straight into them. Let's go. Let's see what good questions come through. Awesome. So I'm going to read this out. We saw a chat today from Rob Chesnut, former Chief Ethics Officer at AirBNB. Do you think every startup should hire a Chief Ethics Officer, or should the role we be looking to hire in the startup culture? So I guess this is around, do we need a Chief Ethics Officer? Yeah,
I think, look, AirBNB is about 3 seconds away from going public, right? So the idea that they're a startup the same way that like you and like, 3 of your friends who are just starting a company as a startup is like a little bit, off, right? That's like saying, the queen has several palaces. Should I too have several palaces? The answer is I would like several palaces, right? But I don't know if I have quite the same budget or need. And so I think it's the same thing. And AirBNB is also a fascinating company because it's a marketplace, right? It's a platform, and Airbnb can have the best intentions and ethics in the world, but they have, and they've had well-documented problems with this of their employee, of people on their platform who, have shown racist behavior or other biased behavior or just creepy behavior. And so, they do need to think about the implications of ethics probably a lot more, right? Because the reality is that they are enabling a platform, but can only control day-to-day so much of what the actual activity, right? So I think that if you are a massive multi-billion-dollar marketplace, you probably need a chief ethics officer. If you are a 7-person startup, I think that you should hire ethical people, and you should have it as like a discrete sort of question and framework, right? The same way it's pretty common to say, hey, we're gonna release this new app build. What do you think it's gonna do to revenue, right? What do you think it's gonna do to user growth, right? We're making we're changing the homepage so that there's no logged out experience. You have to make an account to be able to see any content, right? Twitter does this. Well, when Twitter makes that decision, and you can't just go on and see tweets from twitter.com, you have to actually log in, then they're probably seeing a bunch of different, data points move all over the place, and they make that decision of whether or not they want to do it, right? Companies should, not just Twitter, but companies should also be having the same questions around, what does this do to our ethics, right? We see this a lot in online communities where there's anonymity and people are terrible to each other, right? And so if you say, but at the same time, there are also people who say, well, if you force people to use their identities, it's maybe not safe for some marginalized groups. What do we do, right? And the answer is there are answers to most of these things, right? But they're not going to be sort of the 5 people around your table who have answers. It's going to be, going and seeking out, research or best practices from, often academia or somebody who is, paid to be a thinker on these issues, right? And not just saying, well, this is what everybody else is doing, it's fine. So I think that you need to have, it's sort of like cooking, right? If you have a personal chef, great. But if you don't have a personal chef and you don't know how to cook, and you don't want to order out every night, like, you're probably going to starve to death. I don't think you can outsource all of it. I think you have to have the basic ability to boil water, let's say.
Mm-hmm. So it should really be within the thread of your company. And then that community safety is so important around ethics, building the right culture. I guess also it's also the same for, I guess, female founders. And there's a question here around what advice would you give female founders who are struggling to find a foothold in the startup community dominated by male founders?
I think it's again sort of like the, what is it different? Like when you're pitching, you just sort of do it, right? I mean, most of my startup life, I've worked for male founders, sometimes a mix of I've never worked at a company where it's only female founders, right? So, it's like, I think you just decide, there are tons of great male founders, there are tons of terrible female founders, and vice versa, right? And terrible meaning both they're good at their job as well as they're good people, or not. And so I think it's just going out and finding your community. And again, if you only surround yourself with female founders and you don't ever talk to any male founders, that's just as silly as a white dude founder who only talks to white dude founders. Like, why wouldn't you want to take advantage of the entire breadth of your community, right? Of your peers who are going to have different ideas, different inputs, different relationships that you can build into your network. So to me, I think that the idea, anytime as a founder that you want to sort of wall yourself off into a tiny box of, I only want to talk to other, founders who've raised from this investor, who went to this school, or who are this gender, or who are this race, like, I would say why, right? And I don't think that's where you see success. I think success, we know that diversity drives returns. And so you want a diverse group of people at every part of your life, including your peer group. And the great news is that there are lots of awesome female founders, and they're very readily available. So you can build some of those relationships, but I don't think that the way you build relationships with female founders is by saying, oh, how do I avoid all the men in my industry?
Mm-hmm. And if you are looking for a community, wise, we have an awesome community of loads of individuals. So you can join our community by heading over to our website and get involved in some of our founder and talent activities. Or you can also join our advocates community of allies and individuals that want to show up and make spaces for people that look like myself, or individuals that are on this call. So that's super important as well. So there's a founder question here, which is really interesting as well. What 3 pieces of advice would you give to startups in making sure they're getting things right from the get-go?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is really important. There's this idea kind of technical debt, right? Which is the idea that you build something, and the tech isn't great, and you think, oh, I'll fix it tomorrow, and then eventually, you have this massive accumulation of technical debt. Technical debt is one form of debt, but in startups we tend to accrue debt everywhere. And so I think the biggest thing you can think of on a day-to-day basis is, where am I accruing debt, and do I really want to accrue that debt, right? And so that might be in, hiring or marketing, or, investor updates are a great example, right? So many founders, haven't had the time to write their investor update, right? And they think, I'll do it tomorrow, I'll do it next month, I'll do it next quarter. And then all of a sudden there's a problem, and you're reaching out to a bunch of angel investors who are like, dude, I haven't heard from you in 6 months. I haven't heard from you in a year. And now you're telling me, hey, could you wire me more money tomorrow, because otherwise I can't make payroll? And it's like, new phone, who dis, right? Like, I don't know you. And so I think that one of the best things you can do as a founder is be incredibly transparent and incredibly consistent, right? So ask yourself on a consistent basis, like, is it, am I being transparent? Am I being consistent? And in general, the things we don't want to be transparent about are probably where there's a lot of room for improvement. And that changes from person to person, right? So it's easy to say, pick one metric that matters. And for some founders who are more kind of shiny object oriented and distractible, that's really good advice. If you are like a super heads down person, your entire team will be quitting, and you'll have all these disasters, and you're like, well, the metric is working, right? And that's not good either. And so I don't think that it's as simple as, listen to some woman on a webinar say 3 things and do them. I think it's, being incredibly thoughtful about knowing your metric, right? What is the one metric that matters? Is it users? Is it revenue? Is it growth? Is it whatever? But then also being really thoughtful about all the other parts of your company, and be willing to like understand your weaknesses as well, right? So I know what I'm relatively good at, and I know what I'm relatively bad at. And so I, one, hire people to help complement where I'm not as good. But two, I'm also willing to be a little bit uncomfortable, right? So if I don't know a ton about a given space, I'm not just looking to hire somebody who's going to tell me, oh no, your instincts are really good on this. You're right. I want somebody who's going to actually make sure that I'm doing the right things. And so those are the kinds of things that I think are easy to overlook. And we just sort of settle into the groove of, and this also kind of drives back into lack of diversity. If you just settle into the groove of, I want to hire people who tell me what I want to hear and who I'm comfortable around, your company will suffer, right? Startups are too hard to not set yourself up for success. And the best way to set yourself up for success is to surround yourself with people who are incredibly honest and incredibly hardworking, and who will tell you the truth, who will be transparent with you, even if they're not the person who, sort of flattered you the most in the interview.
So powerful. We actually had a team away day here at Wise. I say away, but it was all virtually. Mm-hmm. And we ended up doing our personality types, going through our strengths and weaknesses, and also creating user manuals, which we found super useful. Like everybody on our team has a user manual where we say, this is what we're great at, this is how we like to work, but also these are some of our weaknesses. And I had to admittedly say, like, my weaknesses were around processes, so which are so paramount. But what that meant is that the team then said, Deborah, here's some really good suggested processes that you can use, such as Monday.com, Trello, and more. So I think being honest and open with those weaknesses then invites people on your team to then give really great suggestions or identify areas where you can hire someone and support. So that honesty is so important.
Exactly. And, the flip side of that, of course, right, is you don't get to say, oh, I'm bad at X, I'm bad at being on time, so I'm going to be 2 hours late for everything. And I told you, right, like that's also not how you're going to, that doesn't work either. But I think being, thoughtful and transparent and honest, and coachable is another big thing with founders, right? Probably one of the more common reasons why I'll pass on a deal is that a really early deal is the founder will be really smart and they are really, interesting company, but you try to give them even the smallest amount of feedback and they're like, no, we know this, and we know this, and we know this. And and you're like, okay, sounds like you know it all and you don't need me, so bye. And, the reality is maybe if you're like a lawyer or a doctor or something, and you do the same exact thing every day, right? You don't really necessarily need to be coachable after a certain point. I don't know. But as a startup founder, the company you're running 6 months ago is going to look nothing like the company you're running today or 6 months from now. And the more successful your company is, the more true that is. So if you can't take feedback and coaching, it's going to be too hard. It's just going to be too hard. And startups are already so hard that if you sort of make that piece of it more difficult for yourself, then I have a hard time believing you'll succeed. And I don't have enough capital to invest in startups that won't succeed.
It's been said. Hard Things. I don't know if anyone's read the Hard Things About Hard Things. I absolutely love that book, but that has a lot of lessons in there, especially around this particular conversation. Another question just come through, which is super interesting. How can we ensure that we are constantly battling bias in tech and algorithms?
Yeah. So I mean, tech and algorithms is just like a fancy way to say people, right? It's literally just a fancy way to say, how do we, ensure that we're constantly battling bias in people? And keep in mind that you have bias too, right? We all have bias. It's just what we do as humans. And to some extent, it is, it's sort of a primitive instinct that's relatively helpful, because if a tiger starts charging at you, you don't want to sit there, right? Like babies don't actually have any bias. So they have no bias against sticking their hand into a pot of boiling water or crawling into the street, right? Those are bad lacks of bias because, that's Darwinism. You don't stick around very long. So be aware that you have bias, right? Because everybody does. And in some instincts it's helpful, but then instances it's helpful. But unless you are confronted with something that's literally life or death, or at very least incredibly dangerous, your bias is probably not helping you. It's probably hurting you, right? Because cavemen weren't startup founders. I shouldn't say that. I don't know any cavemen, but I don't believe that cavemen and women, cave people, right, were starting companies and raising money. So their biases were more about survival day to day, right? Whereas ours are just kind of getting us into a terrible situation when it comes to our hiring and what we're building. And so I think acknowledging you have a bias is a really great, and also a bias towards, right? A bias towards something is just as damaging as a bias against, right? I think in general, the easiest way to think about this is if everybody on your team looks like you're not doing a good job building your team. And that doesn't matter if looks like you means looks like me or you, Deborah, or it looks like a white dude, right? Like that is the odds that the only and best people to build your team, you know, and I'm not talking about like your co-founder, I'm talking like 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, 100 people, all look like you. Statistically, that's not possible, right? So that means statistically, you have adverse selected people into roles when there are better people that you didn't hire, right? And so, and it's the same with building products, right? If you are, the easiest way to fix sort of bias in tech is thinking about, you know, who's around the table when you're building it and testing it and kind of ideating it. So a really great example in the auto industry is in like the 50s, they wanted to build a car for women, right? Like that's just a car, but they wanted to build a car for women. And they didn't have any female employees as car designers, right? So they made all the men come in dressed as women, and they were wearing heels and their gloves and their purses and their hats. You know, immediately all the guys were like, oh my God, like we need a place to put our purse. Like, and so now in most cars, when you open the glove compartment, right, that's, or not, yeah, the sort of console in the middle, and there's like that thing that was put there so you could put your purse somewhere, right? Back when purses were little. And men never thought of that, right? And then they tried it and they were like, oh my God, right? Or an example I love to talk about is I got a sunburn once, which like literally once. And I'd grown up seeing friends get sunburns and like their skin turns red. They're like, oh, that's so funny. You press it and it turns back white, whatever. So I'm in Miami and we're like laying out, hanging out. All of a sudden I get really sick, like really sick. Like I thought I'd been poisoned. I like wanted to go to the hospital. And all of a sudden, like everyone's freaking out. I'm like laying in the bathroom. It is disastrous. One of my friends looks at me and she goes, you have a sunburn. I was like, no, I don't have a sunburn. I'm dying. I got poisoned. And she's like, you have a sunburn. That's why your skin feels like it's burning, but cold and clammy. Like you're sick because you have a little bit of sun poisoning. You have a sunburn. And I explained to her that there's no way a sunburn could feel like this because it's my best friend from like growing up. I was like, I've watched you get multiple sunburns a year your entire life. If they felt like this, you wouldn't do it. She's like, no, they do feel like this. This is why I don't want to get them. Right? And so imagine if you're a person in the audience who gets sunburns being like, this girl, Sarah, you're an idiot. It's a sunburn. How would you know that? I'd never had that happen to me before, right? And so when you think about that and you scale back to, this was before I was an investor, but I actually worked in beauty. So if they had come to me, you know, a week before that and said, we really think we need to get more into sunscreen as a category, I would have been like, it's sunscreen, like whatever, it's easy to get, who cares? Like nobody cares, sunburns aren't a big deal. Oh my God, no, they're a huge deal. They're terrible, right? So it's just such an easy example of like, if you have a lack of diversity, the ability to spot those obvious things, I guarantee there's someone screaming at their screen right now, some like very, very pale person being like, of course sunburns hurt, right? But like, I didn't know that. Like Deborah, you and I should probably not be making sunscreen, right? And so having diversity around the table means you can make better products because you have more empathy for the user.
100%. I think being in close proximity to a situation that you might not necessarily experience every day makes you have a lot more empathy to that. And so I think I've never had a sunburn, but I do use it has 15% SPF in it. That's how I keep myself looking 19.
Exactly.
But yeah, I think we've got a few minutes left, and so awesome to speak to, and such admiration for the work that you do. And I think with our last question, we'll probably ask, what's been the single biggest win in your career?
I don't think that is, I think, a dangerous way to think about the world, right? So if you kind of think like one thing is your single biggest win or whatever, then you're going to be in this world where you say, you know, if this is a single biggest win, if this contract, if this investment, if this investor, you know, then if it doesn't happen, then like what happens, right? Or if it happens and then it goes poorly, what happens? And so, you know, it is not, you know, think of Serena Williams, right? I do a lot of investing with her fund, and you know what is Serena Williams' biggest win, right? You might say, oh, that time at Wimbledon, yeah, but how did she get there, right? It was that win before, the win before, the win before, and to some extent, right, the biggest win in Serena Williams' career was probably some game when she was like 10 and was so sick of tennis and didn't feel like she was good that if she had lost, she might have like refused to keep playing. Right. And so the idea that your biggest, it's easy to say your biggest win is the flashiest thing you've done. And in general, you know, your biggest wins are the things that you do that like get you to where you are. And I also think, you know, at a time, you know, one of my friend's dads always says when something absolutely terrible happens, he's like, you know, you're probably getting some luck right now. And you're like, no, like I just got laid off, like I just got divorced, something terrible happened. Right. But his point is you don't actually know when you're getting lucky in the moment. Right. So the things that you think are the absolute worst thing to happen to you. Right. To go back to Chrysalis, you know, all of those people, when they got laid off in April and May, were like, oh, my God, my life's over. Right. And then now, you know, they're startup founders and they've started a company and they've learned a whole new skill set and they have a whole new confidence and they're raising money and, you know, maybe they'll go on to become billionaires, but that, you know, or maybe the companies will fail, but they're doing something new that none of them were really thinking to do. Right. So if you told them the day they got laid off, you know, they're get the call on Zoom or whatever. And if you had, you know, messaged them and said, oh, this is the biggest win you're going to have, you're so lucky, they would have probably punched you in the face, right? Socially distanced punched you in the face. So, you know, it's one of those things where I would really, especially as a startup founder, shy away from the idea of this is a win, this isn't a win, right? And we see this all the time anecdotally, right? Like Steve Jobs got fired from Apple. Right? That is not a win. He was a founder of the company. He got fired, but then that was part of the reason that he was able to go away, work on other stuff. Apple understood that they actually did need him. And then he came back and the rest was history, right? And so, you know, is that firing, without that firing, if he'd stayed, would he have ever had as much control at Apple to build some of the stuff he built? Who knows, right? But at the same time, you could also flip that and say, well, you know, if he hadn't been at Apple, if he hadn't been so rich, maybe he would have like listened to more doctors and he would have had a better outcome for his cancer. Like you literally can't, you know, we call it in America Monday morning quarterback. Like you can't sit around and try to figure out in retrospect what the biggest or best decision was. You have to make the best decision you can in the time you have with, you know, with the facts at hand and like just keep going. And so, you know, I think scorekeeping in general is something better left to referees than startup founders. And so, you know, I don't have a biggest win. Either, you know, I guess all of them are, right? Every day you wake up is a biggest win because it would be very hard to do this talk if I were dead.
I agree. And I think there's something that Steve Jobs says where you can't connect the dots. Sometimes you can't connect the dots looking forwards. You can always connect the dots looking backwards. Yeah. And so you go throughout your life, looking back, it's like actually that decision, every decision led me to this other moment, this other moment, this other moment, and I'm here. But also, I love this statement that Lauryn Hill makes is that she never feels like she's arrived anywhere. And I think often it's like, oh yeah, I'm like featured in TechCrunch, I got featured in Wire, I just made it. You haven't arrived. There's still more work to be done. And I think especially for marginalized communities, not to put the pressure of like, we need to work 10 times harder, but there's so much, there's so much possibilities. And like literally the world is our oyster. And it's like, we've got to keep going and keep grabbing those opportunities and thriving in those spaces.
And I think it depends on individual people, right? But like if you are, I think most people shouldn't start startups. I think startups are really hard. I think running a fund is really hard, you know, whatever. But if this is something you want to do, then you're never done, right? Like go look at Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk. And like, I'm not saying look at them to like revere them. Like I don't have an opinion on them for the most part, but you know, I'm saying that like they are all obscenely wealthy, obscenely successful, and like they're at work right now. You know what I mean? And so if you're going to start a company, if you're going to run a company, there isn't a, you know, oh, I raised $1 million, I made it, right? There's not even an, oh, I have $1 billion, I've made it. There's not even, oh, I have, you know, close to $1 trillion and I've made it. You just keep going until you decide not to, which is also okay, right? But when you're doing a startup or when you're running a company, there's always something else to do. There's always a new problem. And I think to some extent, you just like embrace it, right? Instead of trying to fight it, you say, yeah, this is it, right? It's like working out. If you are working out and you think, oh my God, like, I can't believe how hard this is. When is it going to be over? It's going to be miserable. When you do it and you say, like, this just is, right? Like, it is 6 a.m., it is freezing cold, and I am out on a run, and this is painful, and like, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm not trying to, like, it's not going to feel the same as laying on a beach sipping a pina colada, and that's good, right? Because I'm choosing to do this. And so I think when you sort of choose your choice, the fact that there isn't a done, the fact that there isn't a finish line, the fact that you do just keep going, like, the goal isn't, if the goal is to just hit some finish line and then be done, like, go buy lotto tickets, right? Go buy lotto tickets, win your $1 million and like retire, right? But if the goal is to do the thing, it's not the achieving the thing, because there is no achievement. There's just always more problems and more opportunities. It's the process. And so if you don't love the process of building things, if you don't love the process of running a company, then there's not going to be an outcome that feels good enough for you. You have to love the process. And if you love the process, then doing the process is exciting because you want to be doing what you love.
Mm-hmm. That's it. I think Diddy and May said it well, more problems, more money, more problems. And sometimes you can break those problems. Sarah, it's been an absolute pleasure. How can we follow your journey? Keep up to date?
So, you know, cleocap.com, the website, and is my website. I'm on Instagram and Twitter, at Sarah Kunst. And yeah, I find me online. Anybody can pitch me on cleocap.com. And I look forward to hearing from you.
Awesome. Thank
God. Guys, that was amazing. I love that line. If you want to start a startup, then you're never done. I was like, yes, you're so right. But also that moment when you said, if everyone in your team looks like you, then you can't be doing a good job building your team. That for me was the message of the day. I know that I don't feel like I'm doing a good job in that yet. And I think that you've closed out the day in such a special way. So thank you. And thank you to all of you listening. I hope you have learned something new, you've met someone new, and you have made a promise to change. I will see you all next week. And Deborah, Sarah, thank you. And hope to see you at some time in the web sphere.
Awesome. Thanks,
guys. Bye.